trying to think where you would even have them from. Like, I know you guys have fought a few, but I don't know if you've killed any.
We did when we were in the city.
There's still a stone dragon down in the
Oh,
camp.
yep, that's right.
And the baby dragons.
The babies. Sick, cruel murderers.
Yeah.
It's okay. They probably deserved it.
Like I sent it to your telegram.
Yeah, this means there's an unread message somewhere. Check all the channels of. Well, I guess you're in multiple the groups.
Alright, I think we're all here. We're down to Nardo because he, personally, not his wife, pooped out a baby. Congratulations to him.
Gross.
Congratulations, Nord.
Don't get a week off from reviewing this and making the wiki, though.
Oh yeah, no, if he doesn't get this wiki entry done by, like, end of day tomorrow,
We
he's fired.
we start dying.
Come after
if
that.
the moment he doesn't do it, like we eventually become a disorganized mess.
Nardo's stats start getting reduced one for every.
Every day that we don't hear from him with a complete wiki entry.
He loses 1 strength point.
Alright. So, last week, you guys, I forget where you guys started, but I remember where you guys ended. You guys completed the ritual, and decided to try to head to the Tree World Seasons meet, where Flick was told to find 3 Mies, or to go if he couldn't find 3 Mies back in Salt Bowl. And you guys performed a little bit of a ritual. You sang to elven songs, you ate halfling meals, and rather than drink dwarven spirits, you had aboard your ship a chaos sprig that you had finished concocting the night before. And as dawn rose, after you guys had stayed up the whole night doing this ritual, you found an island rapidly approaching in the distance. And overhead, you watched as the sun began to behave very strangely. Time seemed to shoot forward a few days and then backwards a few days, all just kind of spiraling out of control, until eventually it reached some sort of stasis as you pulled into the docks of an island containing what appears to be the tree where all seasons meet. As you approached the island, you watched as a tree kind of unfolded itself into planks and then rolled out as a dock, dock. Is it called just a dock? Sure. A walkway, a boardwalk? Tier ship, whatever the fuck it's called.
A pier?
A pier? Sure, we'll go with that.
Pier.
You guys were able to set anchor, and as you were starting to unload, you were greeted by a tiny little myconid, only a couple feet tall, who seemed to recognize Flick. He introduced himself as Topiki, and said that he had been sent here, presumably by 3 Mies, but he seems to be a little new to all of this, to find Flick, to make sure that Flick was trustworthy by kind of showing him around town and spending time with him, and then sending him on some sort of a mission. As you guys were talking with Topiki, you noticed that there seems to be a lot of celebration and festivities going on, which is not unusual for the Feywild, but the entire island is kind of alight with activity and singing and dancing and drinking, and I mean, it's the Feywild, there's probably some debauchery. And he kind of mentioned that whenever you were ready, he would start to take you over towards the market, and the taverns, so that you guys could find a room, but as you pass through, you'll be going through a lot of these kind of carnival festivities, and he encourages you to take your time. He's indicated that time in here is moving on sort of a different scale. He mentioned that he had been in here waiting for several months, even though only a few days had passed out in the outside world. He did introduce himself as Topiki a few times, to be clear. But that is where we'll pick up, sort of. We do want to backtrack just a tiny little bit, because as you guys were performing this ritual to get here, Gale was spending a little bit of time crafting, and I know that there is actually a lot of crafting that you guys want to get done. You had about, 18 hours of free time to do it, so I think we should probably figure out what has already been done and what is yet to be done, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah.
I sent a bunch of you guys who had crafting questions, some prices, some estimates, ideas for what it would cost. I didn't actually send any of them to Gale, who had the most requests, I think, except for maybe Frisk. But I do have them all priced out and ready to tell you now. So allow me to tell you now. Let's see here. Da-da-da-da. Nomad. Here we go, Gale shit. Oh, right. The reason I didn't tell you is because your estimates were pretty much all exactly spot on. It's just kind of a matter of crafting them. You had mentioned the fire shot and then the thing for Toto. And both of those, let's see. How long does this take? It's an hour per stone. So each shot that you wanted to make would take an hour, plus one of those stones, an orange 3. And then Toto's thing would take a total of 4 hours, and then 4 of the 2 grays. So if you wanted to get any work done on that, you've got like 18 hours of free time to play with.
Cool. Then I'll make 2 of the shots and make that thing for Toto.
Excellent. Easy peasy. Go ahead and give me some checks for those. I guess let's do the shots first. Where are the oranges? Orange 3. Here we go. Okay, 25 makes twice as much ammo as expected, so there are 2 shots from that stone. I don't see another orange 3. Am I... Oh, right, over in the special for no particular reason area. Are you using one of those for that?
Yeah, I'll use one of the typicals.
Excellent. Pop one of those over. So I guess it just brings it into 5. 23 makes double. Awesome. So you've got a grand total of 4 salamander shots. And with a 23 and a 25. I'll just let you take the higher for both so we don't have to keep them separate. They are both going to be DC 16s.
Would they not be 30 and 28?
Oh, right, because it's the correct color. You're right. So that would be DC 17s for both of them.
Sick.
Cool. That is updated and good to go. So you got 4 of those, and I'll throw that over in your thing for reference.
Thank you.
And then let's see, Toto's thing is a bunch of gray 2s. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you can give me a check for that. – 27. Excellent. Behaves as expected. So remove this. That's full immunity. Okay. Awesome. 6 hours later, you have 4 pieces of ammunition and a module ready to install into Toto.
I will get installing that then.
Alright, Frisk, you had a bunch of stuff. You have any idea which of those things you want to make, if any?
Well, I don't think we have any of the gems for them. That's why you reminded me to remind you to ask if there what was the stillstone status of the Feywild.
Right, yeah, go and give me an Arcana check.
Sure thing. What if they have different stones here and they were like weird?
What if? What if indeed?
23.
23, you probably have a few vague and distant memories locked away somewhere in the recesses of your mind of wizards who had done some interplanar travel. And you would be aware that the Feywilds are loaded to the brim with prismatic stones. Almost exclusively prismatic.
Oh.
So it's actually very rare to find any stones that are not prismatic in the Feywild. They are everywhere. They are not typically very dense, but they're very large. They function like still stones in the material plane, but they tend to have unpredictable results. In other words, if you use them to power a magical item, it is more likely to have some element of random or unpredictable behavior.
I want
Okay.
to make
I'm going to inform, like, Gale, like, did you know this? According to my head, the stillstones here are mostly prismatic. But they do have some interesting effects.
Okay, good. You're sharing that part of it with me.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Are they rare in general, or are they going to be
this.
on the cheap?
Well, yeah. What do I know about that? Like,
Um, you would be aware that they are pretty plentiful if you actually go out and like find them for yourself. A lot of creatures in the
Holy.
Feywild don't bother to mine and sell them because a lot of the creatures in the Feywild already have a lot of intrinsic magic. They're not too terribly
That makes
interested in
sense.
magic items. But there are lots of intrepid and adventurous adventurers who make a living going to the Feywild because it's very dangerous and mining for these wild stillstones, or wild stones is a lot of the time what people around here call them. So in theory, you
What do
might
they call them?
wild stone a lot of the time.
Wild stones. Okay.
With a Y because it's the Feywilds and everything is gay and elven.
Of course.
So, yes, exactly. So you might be able to find somebody here in town, and you can tell that there is a lot of enterprise happening. Even just like right off the docks, you can see lots of colorful tents, market stalls, people set up. You can probably do some shopping. It's possible that someone is taking advantage of the fact that there could be interplanar travelers here. Alternatively, you can try to just ask around for, a cave or a quarry or something like that, and do a little bit of digging yourself.
Cool. Yeah, I tell Gale. They're called wild stones here, and good news, we get to mine them ourselves. So it's mostly free.
Hey, yeah,
It's
pick
also-
your own stillstones. Oh, I'll get my my sun hat.
It's like the orchard visit every year. Gotta go pick your own pumpkins.
Okay, real talk. I went and picked strawberries with my dad last weekend, and it was so fucking fun.
Oh yeah.
Ew, that's my whole story.
It's always a weird experience, but we try to hit the orchard at least once, usually around Halloween, to get like I don't know, pumpkins, and then also usually we get a bunch of apples, even though nobody in our family eats a lot of apples. So then we come home with 45 apples. We eat 3 of them, and the rest go bad.
Go bad.
But,
Yeah.
you
See,
know.
my
what a shame.
my stepmom is like crazy into canning, so every year, I mean, they get a bunch of strawberries and make like this wonderful strawberry lemonade concentrate. And in the fall, they also go and get apples, and she makes like applesauce and apple pie filling and all sorts of other shit in there.
Yeah.
So it's always fun.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good
Yeah.
time.
So
Anywho.
yeah, Gale and Vasu might know very much how to collect these stillstones, which is very fascinating to like to watch and learn.
Yeah, the way you do it is you get somebody expendable to do it.
Accurate. It is a dangerous process, even in places where it's not like super well guarded with monsters. Yeah, it's a dangerous process. They're very volatile.
Highly explosive.
Yep.
I just want the gayest armor possible, so I'm buying a shitload of prismatic stones before we leave.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So ooh, how many pinks do we have that are free to use?
You guys have a lot of pinks. It looks like actually. You got
That's good.
those fake
I was
orbit
concerned.
ones.
I thought these were like purple.
No,
These are
they're
mostly
pink.
Is someone using these big ones? I think I need a 4v1 though, or 4. What? Let me read this
Sure.
and try and figure out
If it's the
this in
head one, like the collective one, then
the collective.
these are what you need. The issue is that these are all enormous. These are each 16 volume, which means Gale could only fit one into a single item.
That's fair.
So you'd either have to find some that were condensed, which is going to be very expensive, or wait until Gale gets a higher limit, But spoiler alert, even at like his very max level, he'll probably just barely be able to get 32 in.
Yeah, same. We'll need some denser ones. Well, let's see if we can find some dense ones here. Pink or prismatic?
What was the bonus that we get for things like enhanceability and stuff when crafting? Was there any?
Yes. So, let's see. Buffs count if they're up for at least half an hour of the crafting session. So enhanceability work. You could burn 3 charges of Bardic and it would work.
But does it is there any way to increase our max?
I don't think so, other than boosting your proficiency somehow or your stats. So like an Ion Stone would do it. I think your Luck Stone, does that apply? That doesn't boost your actual stats, it just changes your check. So yeah, it's boosting your
You can do the
limit.
check, which affects the limit.
Right, yeah. The only way to affect the limit is to boost your proficiency somehow or boost your int somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So if we see any ion stones for int, I'm gonna throw them at your head temporarily.
I'd appreciate it.
Keep an eye out.
Or an Ion. Nah. Nah.
Ion?
Damage check.
I'm sorry.
Ion stone?
Yeah, that was rough. I take that one back. Alright.
Can we level up?
That's a bad joke.
Maybe, man. Who knows what's gonna happen in this festival?
Alright.
Alright.
I'm gonna eat so much funnel cake.
Hell
I'm gonna level.
yes.
I see a place called the Pie Hole on the map, but if there's not a pie eating contest, then what's the point?
It's gotta be, right? Also, are you still on that map, or did you get pulled over to the crafting map?
I got pulled over to the crafting one, I just remembered it.
Okay. I gotcha. Making sure it wasn't all bugged. Anyway, I think, so, unless Nomad is crafting anything right now, I know Flick was considering some things too. Did you?
Not right now.
Cool. Did you come up with anything, Flick, or are you kind of saving it until you can sort things out more?
All of the stones we have are bigger than what I need, so
That's fair.
You can buy them, I guess.
Yeah, so if we catch up to the future and you guys do land here on the tree where all seasons meet, you will see that among all of the vendors, or yeah, what's up?
On the 18 hours, I guess, for crafting, would Gail like me to do some combining? Since I'm just sitting around doing nothing, being useful.
I mean, you do you.
Sure. I'm just wondering, like, which ones here would we like to be combining? I'll try to use prismatic ones.
I need level 0 prismatics, so there's not much point.
Then buy some. We're in the Feywild.
I
How
mean,
about
yeah,
this?
but I can buy less.
There are
Up.
a diamond dozen here.
I'll
Did
try
you
and
say
combine.
diamond dozen? Because I heard a D in there.
Did.
Christ.
There's normally a D in Diamond Dozen.
A D at the end of diamond.
Oh.
All right.
Someone wants these merged?
Yeah, it looks like somebody threw those up there as well. Let's see, if you want to do the prismatics first, then go ahead and spend a gold of lead powder, and then give me a toolkit check.
Tinker's Tools, yeah?
Yep. Oh, that's beatable, actually. Yeah, nice. You got a lucky merge. Excellent. So this
It's a
becomes
because it's prismatic, right?
not for
Oh, right, for merging
yeah. But that does mean that it becomes a 2 power, and it is only 3 volume instead of 4 volume. So you now have a. Oh shit! I deleted it. Hey, look!
Oh no!
It stopped me from deleting it. It knows how clumsy I am. I'm glad it. All right, so you've got yourself a compact level 2 prismatic now.
Interesting.
Hot damn.
So that's like
If you want to combine these small one, the level 0s, I need level 1s too. So
Oh,
you can
you
get
need
a
level-
compact level 1.
Sure, if he rolls low.
You
Sure.
might.
Yeah, I mean, you do kind of have to get lucky on these things. It's a bit of a crapshoot, but it can happen.
Yeah. It is cheaper to buy level 0s than like level 1s.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll
All right,
spend
going
it.
for it. All right, give me a check. Need
Is
to
it
beat.
18 as well?
Ooh, no,
Oh,
this one's only a
another-
14.
Oh, dang.
Hot
You
damn.
almost got double.
I'm getting lucky.
Sorry, these are thieves' tools, but you know,
Ooh,
it's still,
Very
it's
close.
Still
Yeah.
good. All right, nice.
still yeah. My thing is still higher than that.
Yeah, so this becomes a 1C1V. That's a very good compact stone. And I keep forgetting that I can't just delete these things.
Do you have to like pull them off into like a DM layer and there's just a bunch
Yeah.
of them all on one layer?
So, well, I set them all up so that you guys can move them around, because obviously this thing is a clusterfuck, and I figured you guys might want to be able to, like, play and stuff with them. But as soon as I gave you control, I was like, oh, one of them is, like, somebody's going to accidentally delete one, and then, like, we're not going to remember what got deleted. So I wrote the thing in, so if somebody accidentally deletes one, it puts it back, unless you drag it all the way up to this corner first.
Yeah.
But now I'm
There's
the one
no
who
way
keeps
to break
accidentally deleting.
stones apart.
Unfortunately, no. I mean, other than, like, literally throwing it at the surface and making it explode, but you don't get anything
Because
useful
I'm
out of it.
looking at these. Where did we get these even? I don't remember.
If I remember correctly, you pulled these out of a cursed... It might have been from the flail, actually.
Yeah, it was from Flail.
Yeah, that's from the film. Okay,
You
okay.
could try merging them.
I don't know if that's gonna do anything.
You actually would. You and Vasu and Gale all would know that that will do something. It will
It's gonna
probably...
explode.
It will probably produce a 5-power, 32-volume crystal, which will then explode. 32-volume, it'll push you a few feet back and maybe destroy the chair that you're sitting in if it's made of, like, wood. You won't die.
Mhm.
It'll knock the wind out of you, maybe bruise for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Making items is so stony. So many stones required. High not volume. What's the C stand for?
C is for power, and then the V
Yeah.
is for volume.
Darn it. It has to be P, not C. I keep- What's the C actually stand for?
It stands for SEES, which is pronounced C's, which stands for Spell
Okay.
Equivalent
Ah.
Exchange System.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because the power level of magic stones is measured based on roughly the equivalent level of spell that the effect is comparable to.
Yeah. I need 4 pink 4C stones.
So in theory, if you find, like, a demon or a powerful fey creature who will put these into something for you, then maybe you could get something, but it's usually going to come with some sort of a curse or a downside. Anything powerful enough to put 64 volume of stones into an item usually doesn't care much about you.
Yeah. I look at Gale and I just say finger guns.
I don't know what that means. Alright, he goes... Or sorry.
Sorry, I'm gonna use those last two 2C greystones to make finger guns.
Excellent. Finger gun. What would that do? You could, like... You could
Obviously, fire bullets from my fingers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could fire
Like,
2...
let's
Yeah.
not overcomplicate this. I
Yeah.
just want to shoot, want to point at things and kill them.
That
Yeah, he
actually
could maybe
is-
get a pistol on his finger.
It's basically
Maybe get a
perfect.
pistol on his thumb.
Hey man, for 2 grade 2C stones, you could make like a ring that lets you shoot a bullet out of each finger once per week. So you get 2 bullets a week, and each would do about as much damage as a 2nd level spell.
Okay, that's awesome, and I want one.
It might not even require attunement if you roll really well, because it's only 4 total volume. Or I'm sorry, 4 total power.
Oh.
Couldn't possibly go wrong.
How would one make sending stones?
Sending stones, I believe, are cyan for communication. It is a 3C because sending is a 3rd level spell. And you can use 1 stone for once a week, 2 stones for twice a week, 3 stones for 4 times a week, or 4 stones for unlimited sending back and forth.
But then that requires attunement, right?
Yes, once you got to that level, it would require attunement.
So wouldn't 3 stones also require attunement because it's more than 4?
Possibly. So the attunement check kind of just depends on what the item does. It's a little bit DM discretion.
Fair.
You might be able to get away with it without attunement, depending on if you got a really, really good roll. Anyway, if we're done crafting for now, or at least until we do more
for now.
shopping, then let's jump over.
Until we have more still stones. We can never have enough still stones. On the bright side, I think what's the market for cursed gold here?
Be right back, just a second.
Goddamn Flick, right?
You can
The
ask.
items I have require so many 9-level stones.
Yeah, spoiler alert. You were asking for like a basically permanent +4 AC with the option to turn it to a +8 AC for basically no cost. That's a pretty powerful stone.
Invulnerability for 1 second.
Oh, not for that.
Oh, it's
I
so
thought you were talking about.
pretty.
I thought you were talking about the other thing. The
Oh yeah,
claw.
that one too.
Yep.
The cape thing or
The claw.
Man, risk making overpowered items. Do it again.
it's not for me though. It's to keep our barbarian alive.
It was.
That's
It's
fair.
probably good.
It was definitely to keep Nordo from dying. Anyway, all right. So you guys kind of walk along with Tapiki, and when you get to the end of the
Executioner.
yeah, when you get to the end of the dock, you do see that there is a beautifully painted map of the entire island. And you can actually see that the paint is kind of moving and swirling as you watch. And you can actually see that there are a couple of tiny little dots right where you guys are standing, and one of you can like wave your hand and see the painting move with it. But it does have labels that kind of show some of the larger attractions and activities that are currently going on.
Hey, look, it says you are here. How do they know?
I think it's some sort of magic.
That's
Mimic?
ridiculous.
It better not be a mimic.
Like a free mimic, those are a thing, right?
I'm gonna poke this map with the non-spear end of my. Are you a mimic?
No, I'm not a mimic. Stop poking me.
Oh, that's good. It's just a normal talking sense.
Thank
You
God.
know, it happens.
Feywild.
God, outsiders. Everything that's inanimate's gotta be a mimic. Gee. What, are you a bird? You eat bird seed?
I do actually.
Oh.
I'm half bird.
Uh,
The bird part of me loves bird seed. My owl likes bird seed too.
shit. Well, whatever. Enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
The bird feeder I hang up at the ship is actually for him. I think I actually did buy him a bird feeder.
It sounds vaguely familiar.
I think you did.
I think I actually handed Vasu just a bird feeder.
It was either, I think it was like either a bird feed or wit cake sort of thing.
That's the
remember
one,
this.
I think. Yeah. It's like, oh, you like these, right?
It's like, oh yeah, I'm kind of okay with this, but she will definitely love it.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Also,
Because I
is it
remember
just me,
asking
or is-
what the
is-
heck
is
was this
this-
called.
Is the light like changing on this map?
It did.
Or am I
It
just
changed.
You're just going crazy.
okay?
You do notice that as you kind of begin to
Amen.
walk a little deeper in, the sun begins to set right behind you, even though it just seemed to rise maybe an hour ago. Time seems to behave a little strange here, and you almost have this, I don't know, this accelerated cycle where the sun seems to kind of come and go every 20 to 40 minutes. Even if you pay attention, it seems to be unpredictable a little bit. Sometimes the day lasts for 15 minutes, sometimes it lasts for an hour. Nobody really seems to mind or pay any sort of attention to the fact that it's being very strange. Why did it just turn yellow? Who did that? Flick, you stop that right
jeez.
now.
Is this making anybody else really tired?
It took me like a week to adjust. I didn't even know that we had circadian rhythms, but apparently we do.
Okay, Jamjar, right? I keep
What's a
forgetting.
circadian rhythm? Can you dance to that?
Slowly. I'm not a very good dancer though. I'm Tapiki.
We need to take Topiki with
I don't know if I should
us.
do that. I'm supposed to like do big adventurer things or something, but I don't know. Maybe I'll ask my mom.
Oh, see, I want to like go through the campaign, and then like a month later, it's been like 50 years for Topeki, and Topeki's this massive mushroom man, but still has his tiny little Topeki voice. But he's done like a million things in the Feywilds and is a better adventurer than we are, or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, one
As
of
a
the
denizen of the Underdark, I don't think circadian rhythms are real.
fair.
It's always dark. I guess it gets darker. So
Ace, what's up?
I want to do my primeval awareness to see what humanoids and aberrations are within 5 miles of us.
Okay. Let's see. You take a moment, you kind of focus as the rest of the party, or as you walk with the rest of the party, kind of through the marketplace. You guys can all see strange goods, some familiar, just clothing and accessories, some food, some magic stones. Indeed, you pass by a gnome who looks particularly in your direction, recognizing that you guys are outsiders who might actually be interested, and he begins kind of barking in your direction. But Ace, you continue to just concentrate and feel, try to feel out your surroundings and your connection with nature here. It's bizarre. It's a strange environment to connect to. It almost feels like it reacts to your presence, like it is aware of your mind beginning to probe into it. Like the world itself has a soul of some sort and speaks to itself, and you can sort of overhear it. Um, and you are able to sense that there are probably about maybe 540 so humanoids. And just gauging from looking around, you can tell that that is not going to be a huge percentage of all the people here. But there's about 540 so humanoids on this island, mostly near the coast. Um, a lot of them kind of in this area directly ahead of you where all these festivities are happening. You do sense that there are a number of aberrations, mostly way, way off in the distance out in the sea. They don't seem to approach this island very much. The nearest one is about 3 miles away, aside from the ones that you would expect.
how many short rests have we get since the sun rises and falls? Like 9, right?
You do
There, we just had another one.
kind of ponder if this has any sort of connection to the ley line, and you wait eagerly for the 7th day to pass, hoping to have a sudden magical surge of energy. You're a little disappointed to find that you don't seem to be gaining mana as rapidly as the day-night cycle would suggest.
Well, what good are you, day and night cycle?
All right, let's go to this carnival, or market, or the fortune teller, or the petting zoo, or the hot springs,
Or
all
all of it.
I was gonna
Yep.
say, what do you
I
guys
run
want?
off.
What do you guys want to do first? There's so much.
What is a petting zoo?
I love that Nomad picks the only normal one. Doesn't know what it is.
What's a Gillette?
So as you guys kind of skip past the market and start to look onwards, you look out over what appears to be a sports field, very similar to the one that Gale saw back in Gyara. And you can see that beyond it there are these creatures that people are riding. They appear to be enormous jellyfish, sort of. But they are, like, the bodies of
want
these
one.
jellyfish are probably a good 70 feet off of the surface of the water. And all of these long, tendrily legs are just kind of like giant stalks or stilts, keeping them suspended as they wade through the shallow shores of the ocean, kind of navigating through this mess of giant lily pads and flowers that are kind of just drifting on the surface of the water there. It looks like there's 4 or 5 people on top of each one, and they're just kind of running this kind of preset course. And at first it looks a little mundane, but about the time that you start to look over there and continue to walk a bit closer, the sun sets again, and you watch as these lights begin to ripple up and down the tendrils of all of these jellyfish, these gelaph creatures, and their bodies begin to kind of fade, all these different colors, these bright neon pinks and greens. And against the dark night sky and under the light of these lights that are kind of shimmering from the tree, it just gives this very kind of carnival 4th of July feel. It's very pretty to look at. It's very relaxing. It's very soothing. And it goes on for maybe 10 or 15 minutes before the sun rises again. And those, I think, are giraffes.
Giraffes?
Yeah.
I have never wanted something so much in my life.
Well, you might be able to steal one, I guess. I don't know.
Steal?
Or buy. I don't know what your type is.
Steal.
What's up?
Sorry, if we can, I actually do want to check out that market.
Sure, absolutely. You guys are kind of right at the edge of it. You can turn around and take a look if you'd like. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Okay, I'm looking for anything a blacksmith might like, and then I'm looking for just useless gift shop souvenirs.
Okay, excellent. Useless gift shop souvenirs are extremely easy to find. You can find... a lot of it is actually like wildlife, especially flowers and plants. The plants are... a lot of them are either semi-animate or behave very strangely. There's this one flower where when you blow on it, it releases this potpourri that kind of fills the entire room, and it gives this nice, almost sweet honey-like smell in like a 20 or 30 foot radius, enough to very easily fill an entire house. There's this long, red-petaled, kind of bulbous plant, almost like a tulip. And the gardener kind of flicks it, and it turns bright white for a second, and it begins to emit heat. Almost, he actually can like hold a cup over it, and you watch as his tea begins to heat up. It emits just like a little bit of a flame out of its top. And he assures you they don't really keep for too terribly long out in the material plane, but at least a month or two, long enough to get the novelty of it. And I'll include instructions if you want to make it last longer.
Sir, I need you to hear me when I say this. I have to have that.
Excellent. And there's all sorts of stuff like that. There is a tiny little plant with all these little blue bells on it. And he leans in real close, and he whispers something really sad to it, like, "Did you know that, I don't know, some movie came out 30 years ago that you thought came out yesterday?" And each and every one of these little blue flowers begins to, like, drop water out of it until it just starts to pool around it and kind of spill over the edge of its pot. Just all sorts of these bizarre plants that are cheap enough that you can basically just get them for, a few silver here and there. And they do also have some just very pretty rocks and materials that you wouldn't really find in the material plane. These kind of like opalescent sheets of stone that have these weird etched design. Lots of things that, are just rare and bizarre and would make good souvenirs.
Okay, you cut out when you said the price. How much was it?
Cheap.
If I wanted to drop like a gold-ish?
If you wanted to drop a gold, you could walk away with like 7 or 8 different bizarre fey flowers and stuff like that.
Perfect. I'm going to do that. And then the blacksmithing stuff if I can. And then one more thing. I'm going to look for like, is there like I don't even know how to describe this. Like I went to the Tree Royal Seasons beat and all I got was this t-shirt type of shtick.
So at first when you're looking, give me an investigation check actually. And while you're doing that, Vasu, what's up?
Well, we're
Uh-oh.
even I want to see if there's carved in.
You're cutting out a whole bunch. I heard something about carving, but I'll come
Like
back
I'm not
to
just
you.
looking at tea. Like say, okay, cool.
Yeah, your internet was so good for a little while. We got to figure out. Moat, as you're looking around, you don't really find anything quite like that. But you do eventually kind of, yeah, I don't even know. It seems that most of the stuff that's being sold here, it's not really touristy because a lot of the people that come here aren't exactly tourists. It's I don't know. There are curiosities, but this place isn't really celebrated like a special place. It's kind of just an island all its own. I don't know. You're not able to find anything that looks exactly like, I went to the Tree Where All Seasons Meet t-shirt or mug or postcard or anything like that.
Cool. No worries.
With that said, for the blacksmith thing, you do find that there is a pretty decent abundance of mithril that they've got for sale. And the prices are actually a little cheaper here than they are back home. I'd have to go dig those up to find out exactly how much you can get. I'll make a note to go check that out when I get a little downtime. But you can actually, if you want, buy just like bulk mithril for a little cheaper than normal.
Cool. Yep. I'll probably do that when you have the price ready.
Excellent. I will make a note and check that out when I get us up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Absolutely. Vasu, you're able to find all sorts of like souvenirs like that. You do find that the gnome is actually responsible for a whole lot of it. Out of everybody at the market, it seems that this gnome is the most keen on selling stuff to outsiders. He's the one that sort of realizes like people who aren't from around here are going to want different things than people who are native to the Feywilds. And he especially focuses on just like oddities and trinkets from local flora and fauna. More fauna than flora because everybody else has the flora covered. Let's see. Cool spear from Face Special Material.
So, special wood.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check for that. Looking around, you kind of find the same thing that Moat does. You can find that there's mithril that is kind of on sale for cheaper than you would expect, cheaper than you can normally get back home. So in theory, you could potentially buy some of that. Apart from that, like there's lots of bizarre wood. You could buy wood from trees that are local here. And they come in sort of strange colors. There's one that's like this, almost like baby blue wood. There's one that's kind of a bright pink. There's one that's sort of a dull green. So in theory, you could buy just some wood and then have it turned into a spear or the shaft of a spear when you get back home. There's nothing already pre-made. And in fact, you don't see a lot of weaponry at all. It's actually a little sparse on like weapons, armor, and adventuring gear. Absolutely. The wood is cheap enough that you can just spend like a gold or two and get as much as you want. And I will get a price on mithril as soon as I can. Mithril is... it's a little difficult because it is especially dense and hard and tough for how light it is. But you're a very talented jeweler, and you also have access to good resources back home, including like magical resources. So for you, you could definitely work with mithril. It would be difficult and it will require some checks, but you can give it a shot. Definitely enough mithril to try to have scale mail made for sure. There's a lot of mithril here, and it's cheaper than you would expect back home. You suspect that somebody's got a good supply of mithril nearby.
Cool.
And I'll try to get that soon, since it sounds like several people are interested in it.
Yeah. Mithril. I was actually wondering when this was going to come up. I was like, for my planning purposes, I need mithril, but we're never going to come across mithril immediately to the Feywild. There's lots of mithril. Like, oh my gosh.
You'd also be aware, just because you spend a lot of time there, Realmouth wood is made by planting balsa trees in areas that have been kind of seeded or dusted with mithril. You spent like 2 days there. You probably would have learned that the caldera at the top of Caldus Island was believed to be mithril, some sort of like mithril asteroid or something like that just hit the area there and then exploded into dust, which is why Realmouth wood grows there. So you could potentially try to pan for it back in, Caldus, but, you'd have to get through the druids for that. Yeah, so Realmouth wood is literally just mithril, but fucked up. But the wood that you just bought is not Realmouth wood. The wood that you just bought, they probably have several different names for it. One of them is probably called like a cherry weeper, and that one is kind of this dark red color. They probably have like I don't know, a baby blossom that's kind of pink. I don't know. They come up with lots of weird, fun names for it. You're not sure if they're the
Ooh.
official names or if it's just like sales tactics.
Yeah.
But it's all
Do
these
they
just
have,
different
like,
colored woods.
a wood that changes color?
Ooh. Interesting. Give me a luck check. That does sound
Check.
rad.
Right? I was checking for Vasu specifically. He
I
sounds
bet
like...
they have that fingernail polish that changes
Oh,
color and UV. So like when you go outside, it changes colors. They have it in Florida all over.
Yeah.
Um,
Either heat or like reacting to the ambient mana in the air.
yeah. That's cool as shit. You ask around, like with this lady who's selling all these different colored wood, and she says that she has heard tales of wood that reacts to emotions of the people nearby, but she doesn't have any for sale, and she doesn't really know much about it except that she's heard stories.
Imagine Nomad going close to the wood. It all turns gray. Everything turns gray.
What drives a man to become neutral? Alright, let's see. Nomad.
Just about that. I want to look through the marketplace with everyone else. Let's make a day of... I'll take Ali's hand, ask her, like, she reads Sylvan and speaks Sylvan. This is a mostly Sylvan speaking place.
It is, yeah, and she actually, she seems kind of delighted to be able to, I don't know, put that to good use. She's very fluent. She strikes up conversation with a lot of these people.
How easily does she fit in here?
Oh boy. It's very obvious that she's an outsider. You don't see any tabaxi other than her and the ones in your party. She also, her armor, even though her armor is clearly decorative and probably very expensive, it's decorative in a very heavy and metal sort of way. And the people around here don't do that. Even the ones that are armed, you do see occasionally guards. In fact, there are a lot of times... give me an insight check, actually.
Sure. I don't think I'm... Oh, I am proficient in that. Not very good at it, though.
Yeah. She seems to be doing okay, and every now and then people give her sort of funny look. But she, even with a 9, you can tell that she's behaving weird. She's wearing her armor funny. She's missing one of her gauntlets. She's got her gauntlet just kind of like tied at her hip, and she is not wearing her helmet at all. She's got the helmet tied to the hip. And she's very careful to shake with one hand. She is careful to kind of stand at a decent distance from these people as she talks to them. It actually is a little jarring for you at first because she stops and starts talking to people from several feet away, even farther away than you and the rest of your party are doing.
Huh.
But apart from that, once she starts talking, people like her. She's able to hold up fluent conversation. She does a little shopping. She gets a little bit of souvenir shopping done too. She, buys a couple knickknacks here and there.
Personally, I want to see what strange materials I can find here that I can work with.
Gotcha. A lot of it, as we've talked about, is plant life. Strange woods, strange plants that behave in strange ways.
You mentioned also weird minerals with different colors.
There's lots of just really pretty rocks, and there's not really a better way to put it than that. It looks like they are kind of meant to be more just tokens and trinkets and souvenirs than actual crafting materials. The person who has sold the most crafting materials is the woman who has all these colored woods and the mithril for sale. And when you ask her if she has any sorts of stone, give me a luck check. Boy, this is... she mentions that back home she has a lot of stone for sale, but it's kind of difficult to transport it out here to the festival. So she leaves a lot of her flagstone at home. And she does mention that, like, they have some strange things. Mostly they just have a lot of very pretty, shiny, sparkly stone that is used as construction materials. It's not necessarily any more, like, structurally sound or tough or strong than the stuff that you have on the material plane. It's just a little prettier. They have weird colors that you wouldn't normally find. Swirling pinks and blues every now and then. strange patterns, like even floral patterns in the stones, stuff like that.
Yeah, people pay for pretty is the thing.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, that's about it.
All right, jumping back to Ace. Uh-oh, did we lose Ace?
Did Ace die?
Well, now he doesn't get a turn. Flick.
Alright. Let's see, I want several things. So, you said there was a guy who was dealing more on fauna than flora?
Absolutely. There's a guy that has a lot of just bizarre plants for sale. Or wait, fauna than flora.
Yeah.
Yes, the gnome. So he has a lot of like teeth and bones. He's got some bizarre leathers for sale. As you approach the
Don't be
stall,
in on all that shit too.
hell yeah, you can both check that out. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for, or are you just kind of perusing?
Oh, I was looking for a weird shoulder pet, like how some pirates have a monkey or a parrot.
Excellent. He will mention that most of what he has is bones, teeth, and leathers, as opposed to like live animals. However, he does mention that the petting zoo. Give me a persuasion check, actually,
Alright.
just to see how much he likes you.
We are on a roll in their
I
first
was-
day in the Feywilds.
I-
We're gonna make enemies.
Good at this.
I was gonna say this is a lot. That's still a 9 thanks to your pact, which is okay. You don't like insult the guy. He just doesn't. He kind of treats you like a customer. And he says, unfortunately, he just he doesn't. They don't keep well, and frankly, I'm not very good at animals anyway. I just sell them. I can't even keep like a rust monster alive.
Oh, that's alright, I understand. Alright, other than that, I'm gonna pick up some shiny baubles to send home to Mom and Sis later. And then I want to find those wild stones, but I'm feeling they're probably not over here.
They are actually. So this gnome is the one that has a big bucket of wild stone. He said, "Oh
Great,
yeah,
I
this is."
just need good friends with him too.
These are basically my most popular item. It's what most outsiders come for. I am obligated, literally by a compulsion that has been enforced by the Fey Lords on me because I had an incident in another city, to warn you that they have very random and unpredictable results if you use them to enhance magical items. They do convey great power, and they're very plentiful, but, well, they're just unpredictable. So I'm legally obligated to tell you that before I sell you any.
Right.
What if you
Okay.
use them as ammunition?
Well, you would get some very wild and unpredictable results. Frankly, it sounds very exciting. I'd love to try it. But I'm also
Do you
legally
sell them by the
obligated
bucket?
to not invent anything here on the Feywilds. For the same reason.
Do
Maybe
you
we're interested in... Yeah, go ahead.
do you sell them by the bucket there, or
So if you have the gold for it, sure. Truthfully, I would still just count them one by one and price them up rather than sell them by weight, because as I'm sure you're aware, the weight of the stone is not what really determines its value. But if you wanted to use a bucket while you were shopping, I would then pour them out of the bucket, count them, price them, and tell you a total sum. He will get you a very basic price list, and let me go grab that real quick.
and I just type dumb little particular things that I'm looking for.
Absolutely. You're able to find. So if you're just looking for kind of cool looking, but not necessarily special leathers and bones, super easy. It's the same cost as buying bones back home. If you drop like 5 gold, you can basically have whatever you want and enough to make, a couple of weapons and maybe even, if you wanted to get enough to do like an entire suit of armor or something like that, it might start pushing into the 30 gold, 40 gold territory. But if you're just looking for like a dagger here and a necklace there, probably 5 gold, 10 gold will cover everything.
I can't wear Or looking to make like actions as I can make like some.
You're cutting out a little bit, but you can definitely make like shoulder pads or like a little bit here and there without it really counting as full sets of armor. It won't provide any sort of AC bonus, but it can look cool. Like, that's totally fine.
Okay, so don't have dragon scales, but do they have other similar organic material?
Actually, dragon scales I might have. Now, granted, these are from pixie dragons, so it is, how do I put it? You're not going to be stealthy anytime soon, but he pulls up this big cord, or actually it would be a box that is kind of fur-lined, and in it you can see that there are several sheets of this, boy, you know that material, the 90s material that every alien spaceship had in a Chuck E. Cheese, that looks kind of like a weird purplish greenish depending on what the light was looking like?
Yep.
It's these scales that kind of have that same material. It looks like that weird alien spaceship material. Where at first glance it's kind of this dark purple, but then when you reflect it this way it looks kind of greenish, and this way it looks kind of bluish. These are dragon scales. They're from pixie dragons, but they will do basically the same thing as normal dragon scales. They're just, well, very audacious and bright, and not really easy to cover that up very well, so, you know.
Right. I do like them, but I kind of need to not get seen all the time. So
Right. If not being seen is your shtick, then you might be interested in, cover your mouth real quick. Some people are allergic to this.
Okay.
And he hauls up a big box, fur-lined again, and this box seems to be almost smoking at first. Almost like coal dust that is constantly pouring and billowing out of the side. But then he reaches in, like reaching into a container full of liquid nitrogen, kind of displacing some of this black smoke. And he pulls up what appears to be a sheet of this black, fine fur. And as he holds it, it kind of wavers back and forth in his hands. There's clearly some sort of illusory duplication going on. And as he kind of flaps it around, it seems to just kind of displace itself all over the place. This is Displacer Beast skin. This is very valuable. It can be used to make armor that will make you, well, basically like a shadow, if shadows jumped around all over the place and gave off a common allergen.
Right. That's more my speed, I believe.
Absolutely. I don't have the talent to make armor out of it, but if you took it to a proper leather worker, they could. And it would, well, it's very good for sneaking and even better for kind of fucking with people's heads. It makes them harder to spot you and hit you, and it does. So if you do get hit and he kind of flaps it real hard, and you can see for a moment the illusion kind of stops, and it just looks like this fine, kind of silky-haired black, jet black fur. But then a few seconds pass, and then it pops back out and begins to displace again. It can be disabled temporarily, so it won't save your neck if there's a lot going on. But for sneaking, you can't get much better than that.
Right. Wonder if I could mix some materials to get a bit of stealthy, but a bit of not stabbed.
Certainly possible. You could put one on top of the other, maybe. It'd be kind of heavy. I don't know. I'm not an armor. I don't really know the details. Maybe it'd work. It sounds like it'd work. If it'll sell this, I'll work.
Right. Okay. Sure. Why not? Black.
Okay. Let's
Do you have more than one?
He's got a bunch. And let me post these Wildstone prices, and then I'll get you prices on those.
Oh, there's Ace.
Goodbye, money.
I'm here.
Hand raise for.
Yeah, we will jump back down to Ace.
Flossie wants a dagger tooth. A tooth made for a dagger.
A tooth big enough to make into a dagger.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
Tooth's big enough to turn into a dagger, made of just like cool bone, but not necessarily mechanically better bone. 4 gold is plenty. So Wildstones, he's got those in all standard volume. And then, let's see.
4Cs are really big.
They
Let's
are.
see.
That is the default volume of a standard industry grade 4C stone. It can get smaller, but only through several repeated processes of lucking merging, which frankly is very expensive. And also, I'm legally obligated to tell you that if you merge these stones, they really like to explode. So just be careful. It's about 1 in every 20 likes to just explode.
Oh,
So crafting, totally fine. Safe, don't explode. Well, at least not unusually. But merging, they sometimes explode.
Nomad dials OSHA.
Absolutely. He has got plenty to go around. You can grab all those.
So pixie dragon scales. You know how dragons are associated with an element? What element are pixie dragons?
Sparkles.
Sparkles.
I will double check, but I believe it is psychic.
Oh. So if you make that special armor with it, you get resistance to psychic?
I'll have to double check, but I think that's right. Notably, materials are not inherently magic, nor are they enhanced with magical stones, which means there's no innate attunement requirement just for having armor made out of these materials. They're just very expensive.
Could I buy half of a displacer beast hide since I'm a small creature?
Small creature can get away with buying half, yep.
Okay, then I'll buy half a displacer beast hide.
Would it
Would it what?
Yeah, you cut out.
I can't hear.
All I heard was would it, and then you just cut out.
Oh. Did that go?
No.
Nope.
No.
Nada.
I feel so bad. We gotta get it sorted out.
All right. Now we've talked a bit more. Do you do any bulk sort of discounts if I buy maybe, that and the displacer beast hide?
Well, I can't say no to a large volume purchase. Give me a persuasion check.
Can't be worse than a 1. There we go. 28.
Absolutely. I mean, between everything you're buying and all of your friends too. Yeah. Let's see here. I'll give you let's see, market. I've been
28,
sitting on this for a
man.
long time. Yeah, I'll give you a 15% discount on everything you buy today. All of you, you and all your friends.
Awesome. Sure. Give me just a
Yeah.
second to do some math.
Yeah. Retroactive math. Also, can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
All right. Well, they're doing some math. Ace, what's up?
Yeah. So after I buy that, I want to go to see the fortune teller.
Excellent. All right, you start heading that way. We'll give the others a second to see if they want to join or catch up, or if they have anything else they want to do there.
Sorry, did you list mithril prices while my Discord was
Oh,
talking up?
right. Let me go do that too, real quick. Shit. I should have it somewhere.
So Nomad gives Ace 112 and 5 silver.
So after the 50%, it's only going to be 191.25.
Sweet. What was it? Is it 15 or 50?
15. 50 would be insane. I mean, I did get a 28, but I don't think he's that crazy.
Yeah, what's this minus 15%? I guess. What's 15% of 450?
Half would be crap. My cat
If it-
walked on my keyboard and
if-
ruined all my math.
If the original
95.
Yeah, if the original total is 450, then you only pay 382 and 5 silver.
But I'm only getting half of it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So half of that would be
225. And
So
then,
wait. Is there enough for like Flick to buy and also Ace to buy?
yeah. He seems to have a lot of stock. Boy, I know I had notes for Mithril back when Gale very first started, because a big part of his gun was made of it or something. Let's go with... So it's cheaper here than out there.
Cool. So 95.6, and I'll pay half of that. What's half of 95 point?
no, that is half of the 91.
Okay, cool. I'll give you 95.
Thank you.
And the same guy we're buying all these materials from is also the dude with the wild stones, right?
Correct. So the 15% discount applies to all that, too.
Right, I'm gonna have to pick up a few more of those too, probably.
Alright, Mithril is 30 gold a pound. To find out how much you need, you can just look and see, like, half plate armor takes 40 pounds, plate armor takes 65 pounds, breastplate is 20 pounds, so on and so forth.
How many pounds?
And actually, it would be
30 per pound. Gotcha.
Yeah, it would be pound equivalent. It actually weighs less than a pound, but the pound
Oh,
equivalent.
that's true.
Yeah.
They're half the weight, I think, right?
I think it's even less than half or something like that. But
Oh, geez. Scale mail's 45. Fuck.
but yeah, like if scale mill costs 45 pounds normally, then you would need to buy 45 times 30 gold.
That's fair.
Right. Any other shopping left to do, or you guys want to head to the fortune teller? Excellent. Then let's do it. Let's see here.
Oh, wait. I'm stupid. Scale mail would be really dumb to do because it's the heaviest of the medium armor.
Just get the lighter
And
one.
you could just get breastplate. It does the same thing, and it's over half as expensive.
I don't have this much money.
Kitty!
Yeah, she's sleeping on me. She's so cute.
All right. Ace, kind of leading the charge, steers the group over towards the fortune teller. You find that there is this luxurious tent that is made of these different colored silks. They're all kind of draped out in what appears to be, it almost has like this spider-like appearance to it. It fans out, kind of covering the entrance in a big circle where there's a little bit of a split for people to walk into that leads back deeper into the tent. But then these 8 enormous folds of silk fabric are then twisted into these long tendril-like, almost legs that are then arched over these wooden poles and then downwards, 4 on each side, very much giving the impression of a spider. You imagine it's probably part of the motif. And as Ace steps inside, you're immediately overwhelmed by the scent of burning incense, perfumes very strong. You're surrounded by these thick, luxurious carpets and furs of several different animals. You can see that there are just bizarre arcane knickknacks all around, set on shelves and stools and tables. And in the very center of the room, there is a large, dark wooden table that has several chairs set up around it. And sitting on a very tall-backed chair on the opposite side of this table, looking back at you and kind of greeting you and welcoming you in, although wordlessly, but with a hand motion, is this quiet, elven-looking figure who has this kind of ashy gray skin and jet black eyes. And after she kind of waves you to come inside wordlessly and motions for your friends to follow, she does kind of say, "Please, please, I've been waiting some time for you. Take a seat."
I will take a seat.
And I think everybody else is coming along for this, but is anybody not going in for fortune reading?
What's my name?
She closes her eyes and she takes a deep breath. Oh, you have many. That's peculiar.
Can you tell me the top 10?
Oh, the top 10.
Well, let's lower it to top 5. I don't have that much time.
I believe it's green or perhaps blue. An N, maybe, or an E? Yes, an N. That's the one.
My top 5 name is an N?
No, but the most prominent among them.
That's the one.
It's nerd.
Yes, Nermad.
Nermad. And she kind of gives a little bit of a side chuckle. When she does, you can see she's got this one very, very long fang front tooth that she kind of lets peek beyond her lips a little bit.
Oh, Vasu needs one of those.
Well, welcome to my establishment. I'm Iris. I'm happy to be
Hello,
of
Iris.
service. I assume that you're here because you'd like to see what the stars have to say about you, huh?
Yeah.
More than you could possibly understand.
Delightful.
Oh, I just thought you saw the future.
Oh, I don't believe in astrology, sister.
Oh, well, that's a shame. It does believe in you. I offer more than astrology. I do have divination at my disposal. If you come with a serious matter and have the necessary resources, I'm happy to speak with the gods or commune with the dead. But if you're simply looking for what may be in store over the next few days for you, a reading of the lines, as it were, I'm happy to do that for a much smaller fee. It will be, and she kind of looks over all of you, 20 gold apiece.
For fortune? Yes, okay.
I have a good question.
I believe most are good. What is yours?
What is my father's biggest secret?
Your father's biggest secret? Well, for a question like that, I would need to run likely to Sayra. I can answer that for 200 gold.
Do you think the secret is worth that gold?
Do you? I know very little about your father.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll figure it out. Here's 200 gold.
Just going for it.
Huh. All right. She takes the gold. And she reaches out. And as she reaches from underneath this heavy black robe that she's wearing, You see that two sets of hands actually pop out and two arms. And one of them reaches for the coins, and the other one seems to be carrying a little pouch. Both from the same side, I should add. And one hand puts it into the pouch, and then both hands retreat. And as those two hands retreat, two more come up from the other side. One holding what appears to be a stick of incense that is currently burning, and the other holding several strips of ivory that have these bizarre carvings all along their sides. And she kind of lays them out in a very specific and peculiar pattern, and fiddles with them for some time. It's actually a little bizarre how much she fiddles with them, but after a good 2 minutes or so of carefully placing these ivory tablets and sort of waving this incense back and forth in the air as she does extend a third arm, one of the previous arms, out towards you. It says, "Do you have anything personal to you, or even better to him, but personal to you would suffice?"
Here's a deck of cards I got from him.
She takes the deck of cards. "Oh, perfect. These are delightful. Oh, they're well made. Oh, I don't see things like this from the material plane often. Did he make these?"
I'm led to believe he did.
"Curious. I might have to get in touch with him at some point. I do fancy my deck very much," and a fourth hand kind of brings up this very large, tall deck of cards. And you can tell that they're cards, but as she kind of fans them, the faces of them are different from just a standard deck of playing cards. You can see that there are these rich illustrations that are done in gold and silver and embossing. But they could use a touch-up, perhaps. Either way, it's another issue for another time. Let's get down to business, shall we? And she places these cards down kind of in the middle of all of these ivory strips, and she closes her eyes, and she just begins to kind of chant these arcane utterances. And that takes, there's probably like a minute or two ritual casting that she does. But eventually, as the last bit of her incense burns away and the smoke fades, she opens her eyes once more, jet black all over, and she looks to you and says, "Curious. He has a book, a very expensive book, a very valuable and precious book. I believe it used to belong to a rival of his, a halfling, and he swears that he didn't steal it. He's sworn for years that he didn't steal it. But he did, in fact, steal it, and if it was found out, there would be a hefty price to pay. The nature of this book is fascinating. It seems to imbue some degree of power, of intelligence, of even magic. I don't believe it is the source of all of his wisdom, but it certainly empowers him. And he sometimes feels like he would be powerless without it, even though that isn't true. Anyway, that is, as far as I can tell, your father's deepest secret. He stole a very powerful book and fears he would be nothing without it."
Interesting. Is there any way that, and I'm not trying to question your powers here, but is there any way someone could do something that would, I guess, make it difficult for you to find more information about someone?
No, certainly. There are just as many ways to block the gods' eyes as there are to appease them. Protecting oneself from divination magic is a bit of an errand, but not impossible. They make items for it, they make spells for it. I tend to focus most of my studies on exposing the truth rather than denying it, but there are others who could help you.
All right. Well, thank you. You've been very helpful.
Of course. If you'd like a reading, you have already paid me handsomely, and you seem pleasant.
Oh, I would love a reading.
Delightful. And jumping at it, very eager to kind of show what she can do. She kind of puts away all of these sticks and the incense, and she pulls out with all four hands simultaneously the deck of cards that she showed before, and she begins to do this elaborate shuffle, clearly putting on a little bit of a show, doing sleight of hand, some very impressive ripples and folds and cuts. But then she eventually says, "You may pick between 1 and 3 cards, and I have to warn you, before you pay, or I guess this one's on the house, but before you decide, sometimes the fates are good, and other times the fates are, well, fickle. Don't take on more than you think you're able to.
Gotcha. Before I do that, can I make an insight check on the reading she just gave me?
Sure, absolutely. You get the impression that there was almost certainly some real magic involved. You've seen a lot of magic, and you're even capable of casting magic yourself, so you can tell that there was actually some real magic involved. With the 26, you get the sense that it was probably in earnest. It seemed like it was a... it seemed like she's offering a service here more than trying to con people out of money. At least with that particular service. And the way that she phrased it earlier, there was a little bit of a hidden wink when she mentioned that she can sell her more expensive services for serious buyers, as if to imply that when you're paying 200 gold, she's going to actually cast a powerful spell instead of do some mild augury.
Gotcha. So picking more cards, does that just give more information?
To some degree, but these are more fates, foretellings, small ones. They can have some influence over the course of what might happen in the days and weeks to come. Each typically reveals some plot or destiny that is headed your way. Some small, some large, some good, some bad. But they will change the course where you're headed. They alter reality ahead of you. It is not so much that they reveal the truth that lies beyond, but that they enhance it. They modify it.
Well, I might as well be a gambling man. I gave you some cards, so might as well take 3. And I'll take the one on the top, the one on the bottom, and then one about 2/3 down.
One on the top.
Not that it probably matters, but
oh,
yeah.
It certainly can. Everyone has a method. One on the top, one on the bottom, and one about 2/3 down. Alright, she kind of carefully lets you select the 3 cards that you want, and as you pull each one, they're heavy. You can actually tell that the edges of these cards appear to have been dipped in gold and embossed, which gives them this real oomph and weight to them that you wouldn't really expect from paper cards. But you do see that the faces of each are painted. You only look at the backs at first until she kind of instructs you to turn over each one. But they are beautiful. They are absolutely gorgeous. And she has you set each one in front of you from left to right. Says you may turn them over in any order that you wish, but do them one at a time.
All right. So they're just in a row, left to right.
Yep. One from the top, one from the bottom, and one from about 2/3 down.
All right. I'm gonna flip the one that was 2/3 down first.
All right. As you turn it over, you are shown a picture of what appears to be a man working at an anvil, dripping sweat as this blazing fire burns behind and around him. He doesn't seem harmed by the fire, but it does seem to add sweat to his brow. Delightful. You have growth, you have refinement in your future. Some skill, something that you've been trying to learn, some new mastery. You're on the verge of discovering it. Put a little more work into it. Don't be afraid to take a risk, to put yourself in harm's way. It will come to you when you least expect it, after you've been through some trial.
Fascinating.
And she kind of motions to the 2 remaining cards.
I'll grab the one that was on bottom now.
Curious, and she puts on a big smile. This one is almost always pleasant. I think you'll be quite pleased. It is a sign of change, of growth, of premature evolution. It seems to be a running theme with you, that you are on the verge of discovery and, well, growth. The experiences that you've learned so far will come to fruition a little earlier than expected. Again, don't force it. Allow yourself to rest. Don't be afraid to meet challenges. But I believe that a sudden increase in your capabilities is coming soon.
And then I will flip over the last one.
Delightful. Give me just a second. Oh boy, okay. Give me a D8. Oh wait, I'm sorry, there's not a roll for this. Okay, delightful.
Dungeon.
Not quite. So it does seem that the stars do favor balance, and as I may have guessed, there will be a small price to pay for the boons that you've received today. This price is only temporary, but it will be difficult for you. And for you especially, because I know it's something that has been one of your prized capabilities. You're going to lose the ability to do something dear, for a short time. Not forever, not even for a year likely, or quite possibly not even a month. But yes, you may have difficulty understanding the people around you. Your learned tongues, your foreign tongues, may escape you for some time. And an immediate effect that you notice as you begin to kind of think on it, is that you try to think of all these other languages that you've accrued over your studies over the years, and the only language that makes sense to you right now is Common.
Well, fuck.
I can assure you the prices that you've earned will outweigh these detriments in the long term. This is only a temporary curse.
Yeah, I know, but if I don't act like it's a curse, it just feels rude.
Of course.
Like it feels rude to the price. So
some people do feel that they need to appease the stars. I think that they are what they are regardless, but I wouldn't hamper your take on things. Either way, it's been a pleasure working with you. And
question for you, Feck. So as I lose the ability for these languages, how does my ability to mimic the voices I know, are they affected as well? Am I like limited on the voices I can use?
No, you can still use sounds. You can mimic a sound just the way that you hear it. But like if you were trying to speak to Nordo in Orcish, you would remember like some weird Orcish sounds, but you wouldn't remember which words are which. Like you can't speak in Orcish currently.
I just say Oonga Boonga over and over again.
Right, like you would kind of just, like you're saying words, but you don't really know which words you're saying. Delightful that Ace would get that one, because I think you are literally the person with the most
perfect person to... I am. It's the perfect thing. I love it. All right, thank you. Yeah, if you want to get a hold of who made those, Joker, he's in town, desert, Salt Bowl.
Delightful. I may indeed. These are high quality.
He's kind of crazy, but you know.
Well, I like crazy. Crazy works well around here.
Oh yeah, he's good fun.
Anyone else? And she kind of waves and motions to the rest of the people at the table. 20 gold a reading. For as many cards as you'd like, up to 3.
And then you take one of... And then there's a curse?
Some are boons, some are curses. The curses and boons are all... It's not to say that they're inconsequential, but what I'm trying to say is nobody's ever died in my tent.
They died shortly after they left your tent?
Not that I'm aware of. And certainly not because of the curses that have been set in place here. But
sure, here's 20 gold.
Reassuring enough for me. Count me in line after him.
Alright, Nomad. How many would you like?
Give me 3.
Oh my god, going for all 3. Okay.
Counting our luck from the Feywild. Let's see how this goes.
I was gonna say, based on the rolls so far, this could be dangerous.
You said it wasn't dangerous. Well, no one has died. That's fine.
This one is familiar, and I suppose it's fitting. I believe the two of you have been close for some time. It makes sense that your experiences would come to culmination at about the same time.
Yeah.
Again...
So is this my luck, or the people inside me's luck?
This is simply the stars setting things in motion. I don't believe in luck. It's all...
Stars aren't.
Did you say stars aren't real?
They're an illusion set for us by the gods of the world. So we have something to look up at night. We do not need those, however. We live in the Underdark. Stars are not.
She has the most fascinated face. Her mouth hangs open for a second. And even though her eyes are jet black, you can see that they are, they've got the smiled wrinkles under them. Oh, I forgot how much I missed the Underdark. Well, regardless, think of something that you've been trying to improve on, some new skill or mastery that you've been trying to obtain. Focus your efforts on it, and it will come to you quickly.
He does say, like, wink after all that.
Perfect. Second
And then-
card.
Oh, wait, there was the first card? Oh, a Burning Anvil, gotcha. A skill I want to improve. My people skills.
This one, and she kind of reaches up to interject quickly, but before she can even finish, a thing happens. Let's see, I need you to give me a D...
Dexterity saving throw? Yeah, sure.
A D3. Where is Nibbler currently?
Probably on Moat.
Okay. There is a sudden poof coming from over your shoulder where Moat is seated. And you watch as Nibbler is suddenly exposed as the skeleton that had been kind of nested on him as armor suddenly kind of pops. It isn't destroyed, but then it kind of rattles off and clatters onto the table. And you can hear the sound of plink, plink, plink as 8 small still stones all kind of pop out of it and roll around on the floor. The Shulskull armor is effectively disenchanted. All of the stones have been popped out of it.
Oh, he isn't wearing the armor right now.
Then wherever the armor currently is, the stones all pop out of it.
Oh. The armor's currently in my hand. But yeah.
Okay. So
The stones just come up. Oh, darn it. I had to put those back in again.
yes, I apologize. I don't know any talented artificers around here, but well,
It's okay. We are talented artificers.
well,
Apparently, you're not a very good fortune teller.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a fortune. That's just a random. That wasn't the fortune, my dear.
forgive me. I didn't mean to make any implications. I'd love to get to know you next. Okay, and then you do have one card left in front of you.
Let's do it. Let me just scoop up these so I don't lose them. The 5 rings.
Ooh. This one looks familiar to Moat almost immediately. It is 5 golden rings in a semi-concentric pattern that looks very much like the holy symbol of Aedra as it's flipped over. Oh.
You're to send me to Aedra, are you?
And she immediately looks to Moat and recognizes and even waves with one of her hands towards this one. Oh, this one should be no surprise to you. Balance. This is about taking a moment, finding your center, and, well, refocusing your efforts. Realizing that your strengths may not necessarily be your strengths, and your weaknesses may not necessarily be your weaknesses. You'll need some time to think and meditate on all of this, but sometime soon you'll find a balancing in your life.
I don't want to be balanced.
It's great. You should try it.
I will attempt to be balanced for my friend. I will
You do what's right for
meditate
you,
on.
God.
Let's see. Maybe I can make friends with Aedra. Scoops all these stones back. I'm going to go put these back.
Sure enough. You do know that 8 stones will take 8 hours to put back in. It is a little bit of a hassle, even though it's only like 8 lead, and you guys are talented artificers.
Yeah.
But a bit
I'll
of a
put it
setback.
in later.
Let's see, I think Vasu said he was up next. 20 gold. How many cards would you like?
Yes, please. I'll do 3. Go big or go home, right?
Alright, excellent. She shuffles them up and kind of
probably
fans
didn't
them
go
out for
through.
you. Nope, I gotcha. 3 cards. All right. She fans him out and lets you pick him. And you grab the first one, flip it over, and this one is very popular among your group. I'm detecting a bit of a theme. Well,
Take it and
Who
throw it
shuffled
out
this
the
deck?
window.
Oh, this is a good one. You wouldn't want it to be thrown out of the deck. It's actually very fortunate. Like your friends, it seems that you're all going to undergo a little bit of a tribulation, but that you'll be rewarded for your efforts. Some new effort that you've been focusing on will be strengthened. Number 2. Oh, well, I'm delighted to see that you all look capable and armed. Make sure to be cautious the next time that you enter any sort of a conflict. There will be a certain aggression, a focus on you. There is going to be an aura that follows you for a short time that draws anger to you, that draws malice in your direction. People will not simply go crazy and be angry at you for no reason, but they will deem you a threat. They will deem you as something that needs to be dealt with quickly, even at the expense of other problems. Your boisterous and loud nature will rub them the wrong way, so to speak.
That honestly doesn't sound too different from usual. All right, next card.
All right, the
The good
final
thing
draw.
you can just fly away. Oh damn! Dungeon.
Excellent.
I don't like the sound of this one.
So as you flip this one over, there is a baby that is being lifted out of a what appears to be a grave that has been dug out. And as soon as you draw the card, she's like, "Oh, does anyone have a cloak or anything like that?" And as she's beginning to speak, you watch as from the sleeves in and up from the ankle, Vasu's clothing begins to unravel itself, thread by thread, kind of just disappearing into dust.
Bossy, you might want to here.
We're not there yet.
Atsu, how could you?
I'll hand him one of the like 5 flowing outfits that I bought.
What the hell? This is my Thursday uniform.
I hope also that you weren't too attached to well, where have you been sleeping lately?
I don't know. Probably like on my hammock on the boat.
We look outside, it's on fire.
Like, well, this card deals with the reevaluation of comfort. It talks about returning to the basics, the things that make you alive and who you are, rather than the material goods that you choose to define yourself with. Clothing is ultimately a symbol of status or respect, and she kind of looks you up and down. Quite frankly, you look good without it. Maybe the card is doing some good things for you. Unfortunately, nobody really likes to lose silver or copper, but you may check your coin purse. And comforts, food, clothing, bedding. Just be prepared to reevaluate the things that you once took for granted.
All right. So real talk. When you say my clothing disappeared, like what all does that entail?
So accessories are fine. Anything magical is fine. But any mundane outfit that you're currently wearing disintegrates.
Okay.
And any copper or silver that you have on your person, copper or silver coins, are disintegrated.
Oh no. That's gonna be a little more annoying, but as long as I'm fit and not like the bracelet and the still stone that I got from graduating, just like blinks for a second, and then he's like, "Yeah, that's self-reflection, meditative sort of shit." I think I've had a lot of lessons about that sort of thing, and he just kind of like stands up and straightens his back a bit and puts his hands on his hips, and he's just like he's freeballing it proudly now.
Oh yeah, he's doing the dad in the gym locker, one leg
Yeah.
up on the bench.
Just airing himself out.
Could you say
Back
your
to basics.
Freebird?
Feels good.
So
Ace
the
pulls out
stars-
his magnifying glass to kind of like No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
It's okay.
Hey, I
There's no
rolled for
lens in it.
this.
He needs to he's just trying to get a good look. Make sure that if you die in an accident, he can identify you if that's all that's left.
Only for that's all that's left. Right.
This is the great all but Dick.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
well, it's
Yeah, Nomad asks, like, so this is the will of the stars?
it's hard to say whether the stars have a will. They simply have a whimsy, especially in this realm.
So the stars want me to
Actually-
get naked.
The
But
stars.
This is less of a fortune telling and just a, a random good or bad luck curse generator.
You could probably say that, yes. I do tell actual fortunes with divination magic, but that does cost a little more, and she motion stays. With that said, well, most of the people here won't really mind. I certainly don't. Anyway, anyone else?
Shoo.
I'll go if no one else wants to.
Shoot.
There you
all right,
go.
Dude dives headfirst into my coin purse and takes out 20 gold.
Oh,
Steps on the counter.
well, let me come up with a reason why this wouldn't work.
He's offended.
Okay. So this could
Oh,
potentially
look, he
work.
thinks he's people.
This could potentially work. If you're willing to spend 20 gold, I will certainly take your money for it. I do have to warn that some of the effects may be lessened, both good and bad. Not because Brave Shu here isn't just as deserving as Fortune as anyone else, but his spirit is indeed smaller than ours, and so the effects of the stars on him are a little lessened.
Shoo.
All the same, if he's got the coin, I can't say no. How many cards would you like?
3 cards.
Okay. She doesn't have any magic items, does he?
No.
Okay. You watch as a couple of Shu's feathers kind of just fall out. Like, well, they'll grow back.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Sound good for a bird.
So,
Shu dies again.
this one, ominously, as it flips over, there's almost an audible thunk as the golden corners land on the table, revealing a crow that looks scared or terrified, its wings outstretched, wanting to flee, but you can see that it has indeed been clipped on both sides. And she kind of goes wide-eyed at first and says, "Oh no, relax, relax, relax. This may be a difficult time for a short time for your dear friend Shu here. But like all of the curses, or at least many of the curses that I've seen, it too will pass. This is going to be a period of tribulation, but in that time you will learn to rely on your less used strengths." And then finally, well, suitable. Make sure to keep your poor friend here somewhere safe the next time that you're in trouble.
So who gets first tips in battle?
All right, she does look over to you, Mo, and says, "All right, if you're ready."
Yeah, but I have a question instead of a reading.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to know what's waiting for me at Firebird's Roost.
Oh, curious. That is very open-ended. I can do that one for 200 gold.
Done.
All right, she takes it. Let's put these away for the time being, and she kind of goes through this ritual again. You can see that she takes.
Don't put them too far. I want those when I'm done.
Oh, of course. We'll get those too. This one does require a little more focus. So allow me, and she begins to kind of go through this ritual one more time. Kind of pulls out another stick of incense, the ivory strips, and she begins to cast a spell. It looks like, and she closes her eyes and she begins to ponder for a moment. And when she opens her eyes, she looks to you and says, "There is a heavy burden that waits for you there. I mentioned before that I don't believe in luck, and I believe that that's true. I also don't believe in fate. I don't think that anyone is preordained to do anything. However, the world and the powerful people and entities within that world often find people that most embody the traits that serve them. You have a fire and a passion about you that has drawn the attention of, well, powerful entities. And with this attention is going to come danger, responsibility, one that you can choose to take on as a mantle, or shirk as ashes. Neither outcome is necessarily better or worse for you. One will lead to a life of strife, but ultimately the possibility for glory, even in death. The other, happiness and exploration and freedom, although potentially marred by obscurity and, well, it's up to you to decide what you want to make for yourself. It's your decision what you want your name to be when this is all over. It is your name and no others, no matter how many people have carried this mantle before you. But to answer your question, there will be fire and death. There will be tribulation, danger, those who seek to harm you, but also a great deal of power, and power that can be used to change the world for the better. I don't live on the material plane anymore. If I did, I would be somewhat invested. It sounds like you have a great deal of journey ahead of you.
I knew it. That sounds perfect.
She begins to kind of put the sticks away. She does mention as she's putting them away. An important part of this journey is to find a balance between relying on your own strength and the strength of the people that support you. Not just the ones who guide you and aid you in combat, but the people that have made you who you are, whether by encouraging you or by, well, being disappointed with the choices that you've made. All of these experiences shape you, and ultimately your reaction to those experiences are the way the hammer hits the weapon on the anvil. I think that you've learned this lesson, and I have a great deal of faith in you for having only just met you. But don't rely too heavily on yourself. Remember that there are others around you. Ace, what's up?
I can wait until everyone does their fortunes if you want. I wanted to make a check to see what she is.
Oh,
obviously, we know that she's an elf, but she obviously has a lot of arms.
Yeah, you can actually give me a religion check. With advantage, because reasons. In the
Could I
meantime,
check as well?
Yeah. Yours would also be with advantage, actually.
Oh, she might be an aberration.
I'm assuming she's probably a drow thing. I think
Probably a drider.
Lilith or something.
Wow, damn.
Or she-
Roll double threes. The
Nope.
Feywild is a terrible place for my roll.
Sure is. I also, oh shit, I gotta start making notes. There's so much shit going on now anyway. Nomad, you recognize almost immediately that she's drow. It's bizarre to you that she has extra arms. You're not entirely sure why that is. You suspect that it could be something related to her religion, possibly. You know that the drow typically have a very close association with spiders, and then the queue of the tent out front is a little bit of a hint in that direction. Ace is confident that it is almost certainly something religious. You imagine that she is probably a very, or at least was at one point, a very powerful priestess of Lolth, a devout servant, possibly even a drider. It's hard to tell. It's not hard to tell. She's sitting in a chair. She's probably not a drider. You would hopefully, ideally, be able to see if she had a giant spider body behind her. But she does have a heavy cloak. You imagine that she is probably some very high-ranking religious servant or cultist of Drow, or of Lolth.
So, when did you move from the Underdark to be in the Feywild?
Oh, truthfully, it must have been hundreds of years ago. What year is it out there?
669, I think.
Is this the right one?
Yeah,
699.
Oh, it's possibly even another age. It's hard for me to say. Things behave very strangely in here. Sometimes it feels like it's been months, sometimes it feels like it's been centuries. But if I had to guess, it was probably a few hundred years ago in your time.
Quick question for the DM.
Sure.
So I forget because it's been so long ago, but did we discuss how like there was some an occurrence that made the Earth so full of water, or was it always like this?
Boy,
Like I think I remember when we talked about it in the very beginning, something about a crater that like flooded everything or something. But I forget if that was what actually happened.
yeah, I need to go back and check to see if a check is already done so that I don't give up free information. But I believe general knowledge, and with some good rolls, that probably happened. There is sort of a widely accepted theory that at some point in the past there was some sort of calamity. This is backed up by the presence of monsters in the ocean, which is not typically found in a lot of old historical things. That seems to be something that is not really talked about a lot in old ruins and writing. And also the fact that there are several undersea ruins. They're very difficult to explore because of all the monsters. But you would probably know, you and Nomad actually would probably know that fairly well because you're from the Underdark, where there are occasionally ruins to be found that are much older than anything on the surface. So there's kind of a... I mean, it depends on where you grew up and how educated you are. Like, people in Saltpool probably don't really know. But people in Willingquet and then kind of Bromrose and Valdalance, and even up in... oh my god, what's it called? Vasu's home. Eisenmar. They probably would have a general understanding that some sort of very ancient thing reshaped the world and added a lot of, sea to it.
Do you
Long ago, some real shit went down.
Do you know anything about the calamity that like reshaped the surface world and flooded it and made a lot of the Underdark ruins? Or was that after? Was that before your time?
What a delightful question. There are stories that were told, and I didn't pay too much attention to them because I was a servant of the Dark Mother rather than a historian. People who studied too much of the surface, and especially the history of the surface, were viewed as outcasts, as exiles, as, for lack of a better term, heretics. So I closed my mind to a lot of these stories, but the stories do exist. And having seen the surface myself, I believe it. It is in disarray. There are things that don't make sense. There are places where the gap between the darkness and the light and the surface have been breached. The seas have poured in. It is a broken world, and I feel that is quite clear, but I don't know much of what broke it. I believe it was long, long before my time, and a heresy to study.
I just have one last question, and then I'll let you continue your fortune telling.
Of course.
What city did you call home in the Underdark?
Give me a luck check.
Best luck we've had so far.
We called it Lyra. It was a small city, but healthy. We had a good trade economy. It was near a river, which made things peaceful and easy sometimes, and, well, led to war others. When you ask how it's spelled, she does spell it a little different.
Does it sound familiar to me?
History check. With advantage, because Underdark. No, but you recognize that it's an Underdark name. It sounds very standard and, common to you. It sounds like a pretty typical Underdark city name.
Okay. Well, thank you.
My time?
If we ever stop by, well, we probably won't stop by because, danger.
No, we tend to pop up all over the place, but if we cross paths again, I'll look forward to meeting you. And yeah, you can take you can take the second on that, Nomad. Give me a history check.
Yeah, wow. These rolls 1 and 2.
Yeah, again, you can recognize that it's undercommon, but you haven't really heard of it.
Also, can I insight check her to make sure she was telling the truth?
Sure, go for it.
Ever since I have entered this realm, my entire brain has been muddled with weird thoughts.
You get the sense that she was telling the whole and honest truth. You get a sense of regret, though, as she speaks. You get the sense that she kind of wishes she did know a little more, and that maybe now she doesn't really believe it's heresy. You can just tell that there's a little bit of a forlorn sadness that she left behind. She clearly left the Underdark for a reason, and you imagine that there is a painful departure that happened there.
I reach into my bag and I pull out 2 pieces of paper. One of them was a newsletter I wrote about what happened on the Mithril Wood Island, and the other was about what we did in the Underdark City. And I handed her, "Here you go. Here's some news."
Not from the outside. I appreciate it. I like to stay informed.
Okay, and I yield my time.
All right, let's jump back over to Moat. How many cards do you want?
3.
Hell yeah, let's do this shit. Number 1. Oh no!
Well, there you go.
Okay. So, notably, this does not apply to armor. It is strictly clothing. But you do watch as it unravels from the wrists and ankles inward, one thread at a time. She's like, "Oh dear, do we have another cloak?" Right. Well,
I'll hand him my cloak of protection so he can cover himself up if he wishes.
there is plenty to be bought out at the market, and quite frankly, I'm sure that the satyrs won't mind, and the nymphs.
I've got a cloak of protection too. I should be fine.
Excellent. All of your copper and silver is destroyed. Anything on your person?
Noted.
Writing notes, and... Alright, well, let's see if the stars are kinder to you. Oh, okay. So this one, she flips it over, and there is immediately this large eye staring back at you. But directly in front of this eye, kind of juxtaposed against this impossibly giant disc of light that is pointed straight out of the card like a beacon, is a tiny little shadow of a tiny little fish that just looks to kind of be drifting in front of this enormous eye, unfazed by the sheer magnitude and difference between its own size and the eye. She looks up to you and says, "Oh, that's delightful. I just mentioned that you will not need to be relying, or that you shouldn't rely entirely on your own strength, and it seems that the stars agree. Sometime in the upcoming future, you will make a friend. A small friend. Not, a small friend like your friend's small friend over there. Or perhaps a little bigger." And he kind of motions over to Vasu and Shu. Perhaps bigger, perhaps smaller even, but a friend of that magnitude will seek you out and will serve you sometime soon.
This is the best day of my life.
Well, there's still one more left to go. Oh wait, you've already drawn, so that one would not come out. Oh my god. Okay.
I want that one.
Are there only like 5 cards in this deck?
No, there's like fucking 22. We just keep rolling the same ones.
Well, that's your problem. There's
This
only
deck.
22? Who makes a deck of 22 cards?
How many are actually in here?
Honestly.
Yeah, it's 22. Okay. Oh, this one is similar to the Anvil, but more focused. This one will require more work from you, but the effort that you put in is going to be amplified. The training and the thought and the exercise that you've put into your martial abilities, and also your devout faith and your service to the Order, I assume, and she kind of motions to your chest plate. It will be amplified for a short time. You will see gains greater than what you would expect. It may take some time, a long time, for these dividends to pay off, but they will, in time, pay off. And when they do, the bounty will be worth the wait. This is a very good fortune. It is a sign of tremendous growth.
I knew this was the best day of my life. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll go, but real quick, I have a question for God. Was that discount on the Mithril too, or no?
It was, yeah. Or wait, hang on, sorry. No, the Mithril was a different lady. She was the one selling
Oh.
wood. Yep.
What was
I-
your question, my son?
Can I flirt with her and try to get the discount there too?
Sure, yeah, give me a persuasion check.
I also want to try to flirt with her.
Sure, you guys can either each roll or you
If
can work together.
it would help, can I go back and do it after I lose my clothes?
Sure, go for it. Give me a luck check first of all.
Oh no.
Well, it could help you. You go back without your clothes, and she doesn't seem phased by it. You're not the only, like, there's satyrs and nymphs that are walking around with nothing on. You're not, like, terribly out of place or anything like that. But all the same, she keeps a pretty professional face on. She seems to be unfazed by it for the most part. And she doesn't seem to, really respond well to your advances. Flick, however, buys a decent amount, and she's willing to give you a small discount for it. She will shave 3% off.
Alright, better than nothing, cool. Alright. Back to the Future, where I'm paying for cards.
Excellent.
God, I wanted to do 2, but I don't want to be a pussy and be the other one who doesn't do 3.
I have to admit, it's actually a little strange for people to be so daring. It's worked out well for many of you. Well, I suppose I don't want to dissuade you one way or the other. It's the same price no matter how many you pick.
Well, when you present it as a reading,
Yes, I probably should choose better terminology for this.
She did explain completely before we drew cards.
Kind of. I did use the word reading, which is totally not what's happening here.
it's absolutely not what's happening. Not even like
Yeah.
kind of close.
Holding all those still stones in his hands, I still don't know what my fortune is.
We're drawing from the deck of fairy things.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're just kind of buying luck.
This is a
Right.
knockoff deck of many things, so...
It's a deck of roughly 12.5 things.
Wouldn't it be
Almost 2
dozen?
dozen things.
I was gonna say there's as many things in here as a normal deck of many things.
Now, what we're doing is we're paying for a crane game, only sometimes it's stuffed animals and sometimes it's bombs.
I mean, I like bombs and stuffed animals, so...
Me too.
As long as the bomb doesn't explode in my hands. He rattles the still stone. It's 8 hours I'll be
Oh.
spending this afternoon.
God, if my dagger comes unenchanted, I'm never coming to the Feywild again, but I'll do 2.
You want me to hold your dagger for you? I don't think it
I
counts.
don't think that's how the fates work, unfortunately. They'll
Yeah.
know.
With any luck, when we leave, you'll forget all about everything that's happened here.
Right.
No, that
Is that
is known
lucky?
to happen sometimes. That depends on if you've forgotten good memories or bad ones. Anyway, 2 cards. Here we go.
Oh, come on, go for 3.
If your mom told you to jump off... Wait, that's not how that saying goes at all. Oh,
Your
okay.
mom told-
Gale's rage is instantly inflared as he recognizes a winged golden cat. And although the front face is not colored, there are gems inset into the eyes of it. You actually don't notice any immediate change. But she said, oh, this one is usually very good. It's a symbol of transformation, usually almost entirely for the better. It is most often a sign of material wealth, but occasionally physical or spiritual wealth as well. Most of the time people report that they find items, lost gold, or just a sudden small windfall.
Alright, cool. That's not bad. Let's see how bad number 2 is. There it is.
There it is. Well, let's see what you got on you. 1, 2, 3. Actually, a lot of these are immune. That's immune. That's immune.
Yep.
gonna be the dagger.
3.
Should have rolled 3, Flick.
Okay, that
Should
one's
have
not-
rolled 3.
If I rolled 3, it would have been this and then something else that's bad, probably.
This would have maybe made up for it. You could chase the rabbit after.
I
if you want.
could, I could, I might, I will, because now I want to know,
All right,
and I probably can't change my mind.
give me a D3.
Yeah.
You don't want a 2.
Great.
What's her inspiration, by the way?
Oh, right, I should do that, and I would let you use inspiration on this if it fucks up.
Just in case. Oh, thank
Oh.
goodness.
No, it's a
Oops,
Well,
that's a
D4.
D4.
D3. Oh, now you gotta clench your butt cheeks again, my friend. Oh. Oh,
Ooh,
what
okay.
is this?
That's fortunate. First of all, let me grab your inspiration. Inspiration 2, Nomad, Nordo, and Moat. And I'll mark that for Nordo.
Thank you for keeping your brain god alive, friend. Oh, I have inspiration. I'll give it to... Who doesn't have it?
I don't have it.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
You're gonna need it because people are gonna attack you on the streets.
It's okay, they're gonna attack my owl first.
Which one is more aggressive? I guess. Which
Oh.
one draws more? Maybe the latest one?
Oh my god, this one has so many in it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
That's
10.
concerning. What? 10?
10 stones suddenly bubble out from probably your backpack or your... Oh, no, wait, you carry it on you because you actually use it. Your compass is disenchanted and all of the stones pop out and roll across the
The
floor.
compass! No! That's bad too!
All the stones are normal size. You can probably put it back together.
Oh,
Fuck.
jeez.
I guess. What's the volume?
Let me do math and counting.
Yeah, our limit is 21.
That's
Kurt.
rough, buddy. You probably should have only gone with one cod.
The limit is only 15, thankfully.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I can
okay, thank
technically
goodness.
add more to it and make it even better. That'd
Yeah.
be cool.
Unfortunately, that is like almost an entire night of work to put all those stones back in.
Right? 15 hours?
It's okay. I'll live, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah, we can handle this. No problem.
As you were kind of dealing with all of that, though, and kind of putting these stones back into your pouches and whatever, you do find that up to 100 copper pieces that you were holding are converted to gold pieces. And if you have less than 100 copper pieces, it will move on to silver pieces.
Okay, cool.
Free conversion.
All right. Well, anyone else? I'm almost
Sorry, I have a
afraid
thing, but I have to get food, so I'll be right back.
Okay, excellent.
Jump ahead, do stuff.
All right. Did anyone else want one? I think we got everyone except Gale. And I'm very curious to see if Gale takes one. I get the feeling he's probably not going to.
Does Nordo want one? Does Yule want one?
Definitely. If Yule was here, Yule would be drawing 12 of these things.
Oh, wait, what's
Nomad,
the
right?
limit?
Message Nordo, see if he wants to draw some.
The limit is 3.
It is limit is 3, unfortunately. I would have gotten more.
Can I chase the rabbit and see what I would have gotten on the third one? Because I'm curious.
Do it. Do it.
Sure. Let's find out.
Okay, cool. I'm glad I went with 2.
Boy,
Oh, come on.
it really
How
does-
come these cards
Yeah.
keep coming up?
Join the aggro club. It'll be funny.
You know what? Elise will take a reading. She's just doing one, though.
I'm gonna lean over to Elise and give her the biggest shit-eating grin I can muster with a beak. I'd be like, I'll pay for half of it if you go for 2. Come on, live a little. You're in the Feywild.
Oh, she puts on a big smile and she pulls one of her coins back and slides one platinum piece over it. And then she holds up 2 fingers.
I'll put 10 gold down for one of her
I hope
cards.
I hope she gets Golden Cat.
I
or
hope she gets
Winged
good
Cat.
things. I'd feel bad. I will feel bad.
Oh, the walking fish. That one. Somebody else got that one, right?
Yeah, somebody did.
Ace got this one. Oh, delightful. Okay. Yeah. Rapid growth, rapid change, evolution. It's very likely that you will see premature dividends for the exercises that you've been putting in. A sudden burst in growth. And then... Ooh.
I'm curious what that first one means for like Elise though. Is she gonna become like fluent, totally well spoken in common overnight?
Who knows, man? Curious. And you can actually see that the front of this card is painted with the tree that is looming directly over all of you back outside, including all of
Oh,
the
so the walking
strange dotted
fish.
lights. This one is it is about communing with nature, learning what the world sees, what the ley lines are able to detect coming down the line towards us as we move along the 4th dimension. It will come to you when you most need it. It will answer a question that you have, a simple one. The world doesn't understand complex theories, but it can give us a peek into what the stars see ahead of us. You'll know the right time to use it. With that, she likely begins to start packing up her cards, unless Gale bites. But we'll find out once he finishes up his food. Skipping ahead temporarily until Gale is ready. As you guys pop back out of the fortune teller's tent, you can see that it is nighttime, or at least momentarily. But as you step out, one of the first things that you see is that this field, this sports field that was earlier empty as you pass by it, is now full. You can see that there are a couple of teams. It is a mix of some satyrs, a lot of elves. You do see that there is actually this bizarre bright pink goblin that is on the field. And they seem to be playing some sort of a game. You can see that a lot of them are trying to move this stone. They're fighting over the stone, trying to, rip it out of each other's hands and pull it out onto their side of the court. But then you're also a little surprised to see that this pink gnome fires a spell over at one of the enemy players, and they're suspended in the air for a moment. And he runs over and leaps up and steals the ball from him and then runs it back to his side. And then as soon as that one's charm ends, he drops down and turns invisible for a second and then runs over and steals the ball back. And just, it seems to be some sort of bizarre game that involves a little bit of, punching each other in the face and a little bit of casting magic. You just watch for a minute or two as we kind of wait on Gale.
Your turn.
He's back! Alright, everyone else is taking their turn on the fortune. She turns to you, but she's got this expression on her face like she already is expecting some sort of sass, or probably a no. But she does ask, are you interested in playing the crane game?
No, I just had everybody wait for me for no reason. How many questions do we get?
Well, I have enough power in me for anywhere from maybe 2 to 8, depending on how simple they need to be answered. Yeses and nos, I can do more. If it's more open-ended, I can do fewer.
Alright, and it's 200 gold?
Depending on the complexity of the question. That is one of my most expensive ones. If they're just yes and no questions, it'll be cheaper.
Alright, this might be a bit complicated.
Understood.
Or I'd prefer a complicated answer.
Of course.
I'll pull out 200 gold pieces.
All right. She takes a second and kind of piles them into her pouch. Fetches out the ivory strips. And then looks expectantly. What would you like to know?
Where can I find a weapon to kill a very ancient dragon, and possibly also a god? Or a god. Either or. I want a powerful weapon.
Interesting. Okay. So, and she kind of leans back and ponders to herself for a moment. Most of the time, this information is relayed through the gods. I need to find a god who would know and be willing to divulge with the information on how to kill a god. Yes, yeah, that would work. That actually could be... Yes, that would be very suitable, in fact. This one should be interesting. And she pulls the ivory strips back. And she starts to kind of fish around, but then she kind of looks back towards all of you suddenly, and she kind of squints her eyes and says, "You aren't a squeamish lot, are you?"
No, Matt, just tentacle wriggles.
We deal with him. I feel like my stomach's gotten a lot stronger in the last few months.
Understood. I must insist, I don't do this sort of thing lightly, but, well, I do it. And as she says that, she pulls out what appears to be a dove, but you can see that there are splotches of black all over it, kind of giving it this, I don't know, almost cow-like texture. And she firmly but gently kind of places it sideways on the table, making sure that it is kind of facing away from her. And with her, one of her other arms, she fetches out a very dark, sharp knife. And she closes her eyes and she kind of utters a few incantations, and then in one very smooth, quick motion, draws the knife and cuts it across the bird. Blood begins to spill out of it, and she kind of draws the body across the table, and then she pulls it back into her cloak. And then with all four of her hands simultaneously setting the dagger aside, she begins to draw patterns using this blood, forming a bit of a ring. Ace, give me a religion check.
Just a straight one?
Straight religion check.
I'm assuming that that's what that was for, but do I know what god she's trying to reach out to?
Sure, give me a religion check. Because it has come up before, you do, Mo. And Ace 2 recognizes the old symbol of Corlin, the true symbol of Corlin, rather than the renamed one. And she kind of begins to etch out this holy symbol, as well as some arcane runes around it. And once it is finished, she folds all of her hands in front of her, she closes her eyes, and she begins to commune for a short time.
As she's writing it out, I pulled a piece of paper and perfectly copied down everything, all the symbols and arcane stuff she wrote out.
Sure. Excellent. And... Oh boy, alright, give me a second. It is a long communion. It ends up being about 8 or 9 minutes long before she finally opens her eyes one more time. And she looks back, and she waves her hand over the table, and with just a wave, it cleans itself. The blood seems to evaporate into nothing. This fine red mist that simply disappears into a gas and then vanishes in the air. Says, "I do apologize. I know that is a little brusque, but effective. This information is as valid as I believe that it can be. It came directly from a god, and from one of the only gods I know that has murderous intent towards other gods. With that said, any information that is given from Corlin should be taken with a grain of salt. He is a known trickster, and he cares very little for your safety. With that said, Corlin has heard of a mighty blade that is kept within the vaults of Zuwanu on the elemental plane of Earth, where he dwells, or where he makes his dwelling when he's in the inner planes. It is as well protected as you would expect of any deity's inner court and vault. You would be fighting hordes, swaths of his disciples and celestials. It is nigh impenetrable, but perhaps as a favor, or if you were on some holy mission that you wanted approved of, it is his responsibility to oversee the death of fallen gods. You might be able to find such a weapon within his vaults. Alternatively, Aedra is responsible for tipping the scales when one god gains too much power. He knows less of Aedra's ways, for she is a lot more powerful, but it is not unlikely that she would have some tool within her own stash. As for a dragon, any sword will do if you know how to use it correctly. A cannon, a large volcano, any sufficient amount of force. He seemed less interested in that, truthfully.
Can I have half a refund? For only half an answer.
Give me a persuasion check. She, at first, you see she almost knee-jerk reacts with like a no refunds thing. In fact, you can almost see like the practiced stern face go up. But then she kind of looks at you a little bit, and she leans in, and she reaches into her pocket, and she fishes out half of your money. And very quietly, as she passes it back, says, "Tell me, if you find this, and it works, and you survive all of it, maybe come back and let me know, huh? It's, a question I wouldn't mind having the answer to as well." And she kind of sits back in her chair.
Sure. Pass her 20 gold, and then I'll take one card.
Delightful. She pulls it out and she goes through her stage riffs and then eventually fans the cards out for you to pick one.
Pick second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom. Alright. Oh, thank God. Praise the Lord. It's Gale. Okay. This one shows a soup pot with some vegetables kind of poking out of it. It's beginning to boil, and you can see that a hand of a man is pouring the entirety of a bottle of wine into the pot. And just leaning over the edge of this pot with his front two legs and the dopiest, most drugged-up smile on his face is a toad who is clearly zonked out of his mind. Little hiccup bubbles in front of him. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? There we go. This is a card that speaks to bravery, but also perhaps foolishness, and, well, quite frankly, inebriation. Give me 2d4. Delightful. Gale, you're suddenly just kind of enraptured in this warm, confident feeling. You Gale's drank before, right? He drinks. He knows what drinking is.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, then,
Gale's a good boy. He would never drink ever.
well, for the first time, Gale feels this just giddiness, and above all else, this sense that he can do it. He can, whatever it is, he can do it. He has the power. He is strong. He is intelligent. He has done so many cool things, and nothing can stand in his way. No dragon, no monster, no matter how ferocious or large or terrifying it seems. You have what it takes to accomplish your goal and to laugh in the face of danger. You feel like you are up to every challenge. There's this wonderful stupor that makes you feel like whatever you need to do, you can do it. For the next 6 days, you are immune to fear. You have advantage on charisma checks and saves. But also you're inebriated and have disadvantage on dexterity checks and saves.
Good to know.
I
He's
love this.
drunk for several
For
days.
6 days.
6-day
6
drunk.
days.
I've had nightmares like this.
You're gonna have a hell of a
I-
hangover.
I slam my hand on the table confidently. Like, how do I get to the plane of air? Earth. One of those. The one you told me about. How do I get there?
Oh, there's plenty of ways. There's magic that can do it, or so I've been told.
Let's go get magic.
Go
I
get-
grab everybody and haul them out of this.
Yes.
Does anyone else love the new Gale?
What do you mean? This has always been Gale.
Perfect.
I hang back as everyone leaves.
Sure, she kind of looks to you as Gale triumphantly marches out the door, leading the party.
Nomad waits there for his.
This may seem like a strange question, but when you contacted Coraline, did you end up having a similar feeling from when you read that deck of cards I gave you?
She looks down at the cards and then kind of like gets the weird look of realization, and she's like, no, I don't think so, no. Coraline is a very distant, weak entity. It doesn't have a very strong presence in this, or, to my understanding, any worlds. But she can still be seen when the time is necessary.
I'm going to insight check her.
Sure, go for it. She seems to be honest with you.
You wouldn't happen to know any information about her. My people obviously worshipped her, and I don't know. I've had strange dreams, I guess, and I'm not sure if it's pointing to her or not.
Only
So I wasn't sure if.
Only that she's very old and a bit fickle and not terribly kind even to her subjects and the people who were loyal to her faith. So fickle, in fact, that she basically destroyed herself by
Destroying us.
Yes, yeah, neutering her own creation. Forgive me if the terminology is a little brusque. But,
Nope. My wings are gone, so I understand.
Well, I suppose this makes us, kin. I do miss being able to see the sun sometimes.
Were you some of her people as well?
No,
Or just cast out by your own god?
More the latter. I suppose all I mean is that I've heard these wonderful stories of everything on the surface, and I've longed for such a long time to be able to truly join it. But, well, I have my tent, and I've found a place where it is night almost as much as it's day, and more frequently, which helps, but it also means that I have to be constantly watching for the next sunrise.
They make goggles that help you see better during the daytime. Some shades up against the sun.
They do, to some degree, but it's more than just the sight. It's this unease, this heat. It even burns the skin sometimes. I can wear more clothing and be hot, or I can expose my skin and be burning. Neither is terribly pleasant, and more than that, it's just, well, the surface world doesn't care much for us, and especially not when we look like... And she doesn't take it all the way off, but she does kind of pull all four arms out of her cloak.
Yeah, if it's any consolation, I think those are pretty awesome.
Well, thank you.
And that deck trick you did, that was honestly really cool.
Years of practice. I can teach you sometime, but it'll cost.
I'd rather just watch in awe.
Well, you might want to catch up with your friend. I've seen this one before, and he will be unstoppable for some time.
No, he was already pretty stupid. But he's really smart, but he does a lot of stupid stuff. Really creative, but dangerous. He has a bomb, so we should probably go look after him.
she starts to like line up some, wisecrack about the lines between bravery and stupidity, but then you mention that he's got a bomb. It's like, oh no, yes, you should definitely go catch up with him. Thank you. I'll see you.
Yeah.
around.
Well, yeah. Thank you. I run out. Nomad, we should get that bomb. Well, we should not direct. You know what, Nomad, you heard nothing.
Okay.
Repeat back to me. I heard nothing.
I heard nothing.
You're gonna ruin this, aren't you?
Who knows?
I can see it now. All right. Well, let's go. We'll just keep an eye on him. Don't do anything stupid.
All right.
Could you imagine if Nomad also drew this card as well?
It'd be delightful. So when the party catches up to Gale, what's Gale doing?
Running through the street and waving the bomb around, screaming, "Take me to the plane of Earth! I have a god to kill!"
Oh, this is bad.
Excellent.
Oh, look, Nomad, you don't have to be quiet anymore. He found the bomb.
Oh, I mean, he had the bomb with him. This is the thing.
Yeah, I was hoping we could have got it from him before he realized he had it again, but
Oh.
It's okay. It's got a lock.
Hopefully Gale's too drunk.
Drunk people are really well known for their dexterity and not for fucking stuff up.
There is probably a point actually where he stumbles a little. Actually, give me a dexterity check just for shits and giggles because it'd be funny.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage, yep.
Good.
You're okay. He's stumbling a lot, and there's a point where he it's really heavy and he's got it at a weird angle, and it kind of starts to fall, but then he catches it and picks it back up before it lands on the ground. He's getting a lot of very strange looks, but people are kind of just writing him off as drunk. They don't recognize that he's playing with an actual nuke.
So this actually reminds me of a story that I know, if you guys don't mind me telling it. And I say this as myself and not as Ace.
All right.
So I have a friend, and when he was younger, I think he was late high school. He had dud grenades from some army surplus, and it was just him and his friend at his house. And his friend, he just told his friend, "Hey, I have these grenades. We should go throw them in the woods and take a video of it. It'll be really great. We can get all these likes on YouTube." And his friend did not know they were duds. So they're out in the woods, and he pulls the pin. He's like, "Oh man, I don't know about this. This is a bad idea. I dropped the pin. I can't find it." And he's like, "You got to find the pin. I can't hold this forever." And his friend's on the ground. And he throws it under him. He's like, "Think fast, bitch!" And then just runs as his friend panics.
Oh, this is a terrible story.
It was so bad, but it made me think of it because of that.
This is
not an okay prank.
I was gonna say, this is how kids actually hurt themselves with guns and shit.
Yeah.
Woo! I'm glad that went okay.
There's mildly traumatizing pranks, and then there's the kind of pranks where you actually convince someone that you're throwing them a live explosive, or that that their best friend died in front of them, and those cross a line for me. Personally.
Yeah, they definitely do. But it made me think of that.
Yup. Well, all's well that ends well with that story, at least. All right. Let's see here. You guys are able to catch up to Gale. He's drawing a lot of attention, but thankfully nobody's teleporting him to the plane of Earth by himself with a bomb. Or, trying to stop him.
This is 6 days we have to deal with it. If we don't stop him now, when will we?
Why are we stopping him? I like him. He's got a god to kill.
Exactly.
Let's do it.
I need to witness this. I need to know if gods can be killed with a bomb. Specifically.
Well, I respect your chutzpah, but this is probably dangerous. Have a glass of water and calm down, buddy.
For 6 days.
I'm on a schedule. We don't have time for more planes than just this one.
I've never been more calm in my life.
Eye twitching, bomb Hilda stride.
This is heavy. I'm gonna put the bomb down.
Excellent.
You want me to carry that for you, buddy?
I'm just gonna sit on it.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna hatch to a grenade dragon.
Here, let us try calming him down, and let's wrap Gil up like a burrito. This works on cats. I don't know if it works on kobolds.
Yeah. When no one's wrapping Gale up like a burrito, I'm gonna throw my magic net at him.
That's not a burrito.
Which is a... Shit, I should have this memorized by now.
Spoiler alert, it's gonna hit.
The deck save, I think.
I think it's an attack roll. It's just an attack roll at disadvantage.
Why are they at disadvantage?
Because
Because their short range is 5 feet, which puts you in melee.
But it's a magic
Okay.
net, so there's no disadvantage when thrown at adjacent enemies.
I was gonna say I think that was part of the enchantment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he's usually
Built
correct.
in for-
Yeah.
Built in for a
why are
net,
nets
so
so
I'm
shit?
just gonna throw a pretend dart.
I think 22 does it. So this net kind of lands all around Gale, who has pooped himself out and is sitting on the nuke.
Alright, and he is restrained. And I'm just gonna like pick him up and kind of like throw him halfway over my shoulder like I'm burping a baby. I'm just gonna like, there, buddy. Let's get you like a funnel cake or something. You'll feel better.
Oh, that sounds great.
Are you talking for Gale?
Hi, Tabiki.
Hi, I'm Tabiki.
Oh, it's Tafiki. Let's get Tafiki a funnel cake too. Funnel cakes for everybody, on me.
Funnel cake.
What is a funnel cake?
A cake they make by pouring batter through a funnel.
And as I'm carrying Gale away and just like gently patting his back, I'm gonna message Nomad and just be like, "Hey, you want to pick up that bomb?" Probably shouldn't just like leave
Yeah.
that there.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure I'm way ahead of you.
yeah,
I
somebody-
already have the bomb.
We'll hold it for now. Don't
Alright.
worry, Ace has.
So-
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
probably. I'll hold on to it. I'm not someone who's gonna die easily from being cursed by stuff.
Just by being hit.
Where did he get this bomb again?
I'm my own man. Let me go.
I'm Tabiki.
Don't you want a funnel cake?
I can walk on my own.
But can you fly?
Don't have to rub that in his face.
Yeah. Really.
Yeah, that was
Like-
kind of rude.
I'm
That
not
was
trying to
just
rub it in.
insane.
Because-
I'm trying to.
because
I'm
remember
trying to
how he had
convince-
wings
I'm
and
trying
doesn't
to
have 'em
convince
now?
him that there's a good reason and a silver lining to him being locked up in this net. Thank you, assholes.
Well, it really just felt like you were trying to make me feel bad about somebody taking my wings. Which,
I
by
was-
the way,
Was not, and I apologize.
I need to kill that man.
And
So
I-
let's go to the plane of Earth so that I can get this weapon, so I can kill a god, which is
But-
tangentially related.
Which god?
The cat one.
Oh, Bast.
No,
That one.
Zuanu, the block one.
Well, I have to go to Zuanu because he's got the weapon. But I want to kill Bast because she's a bitch.
Well, technically, she's a cat, not a dog.
Yeah, though this worries me. What angers you so much about Bat? Have you spoken to her? She seemed very nice and fond of you.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Are you mad because she cursed you because you stole thousands of gold from her sacred temple?
You got
You
rid
mean
of
the
those
sacred
feathers.
temple that wasn't being used by anyone and has been like long forgotten for hundreds of years? Yeah, I feel so terrible that I took this useless gold that wasn't being used for anything in order
Oh,
to, you know,
yeah.
save my people and free them from tyranny.
Oh no, that was a reward for doing that. She said it was a gift.
Well, she's a lying cunt.
Now you're both making me feel bad and agree with you, everything you're saying. So I'm gonna take this net off of you and apologize again.
Thank you. Can't believe I almost shot you.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. You're really pissing me off for some reason. It's weird. Shoo too. It's those beady little eyes.
Oh. Right.
So Gale's a violent drunk. Good to know.
Yes.
So as the day shifts to night, the moment it turns dark, I go invisible, and then use sleight of hand to hide the grenade somewhere on my body so that he doesn't know where it's at.
Okay, so you say grenade. This thing is like a foot by a foot by a foot. Like it's a cubic foot.
Big.
Yeah.
This is like a Zelda bomb. You have to
Yeah.
hold it over your head.
Yeah.
It's also like wrapped in chain or something.
Yeah.
So.
Gotcha. Never mind then. I guess I just strap it to my back
Yeah. It's a big
like a
old boy.
jetpack.
You could just throw it in the ocean.
No,
Oh, no.
this is useful.
However, it is about this time as the sun goes down and the giraffes off in the ocean begin to light up the sky that you begin to smell the smell. And if you've been to a carnival, you know the smells. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the petting zoo first, and I'm like, great.
Oh.
Yeah, those
Never
were,
been
that's
to a
part of the
carnival.
smells.
those were earlier, but there's Presto, so it isn't as bad here as a real carnival would be. But they don't
Oh, that's good.
they don't Presto the deep fried dough. They sure as shit don't Presto that shit. And it
But would
is
you?
right. It's one of the best smells in the entire world.
But do they have deep fried brain?
No, they don't.
They have corn on the cob.
Yep. So
Brain on the cob?
as you make your way over towards this little section, you can see that it's kind of split right down the middle. And on one side are a whole bunch of these like carnival games and activities. There's magic that's making all sorts of weird noises and flashing lights. There's barkers that are saying, "Hey, come try your luck at this. Come do this. Come execute some pixies." And then there's people up on the other side of the street that are like, "Hey, come try some funnel cake. Come try some of our talking apples." And there's just all sorts of delicious,
Do
incredibly
the
unhealthy
apples have
food.
brains?
No, it's the strangest thing. They don't, but they're sentient. They're aware. They feel pain.
This place is elitist.
Well, if you want brains, well, boy, I don't know what to tell you.
Just gotta go to the petting zoo and be real sneaky about it.
Yeah, what he said. But don't, because you'll get in trouble.
Sir, do your funnel cakes funnel me to another plane of existence?
In a metaphorical sense, they sure
They're
do.
not good.
I'll take 3 dozen.
All right,
Oh no.
3 dozen.
Anything to fill the void of the donut nuts.
Oh, these are gonna be even better. Trust me.
Oh my god. So he begins to make several funnel cakes for you and for your entire party for a negligible amount of money.
Alright, I flip him
I
a
don't
silver
have any
piece.
copper or silver.
Excellent.
I pass him a silver piece, or at least what I think is a silver piece, but it's actually a platinum piece.
Okay, excellent.
Oh no.
It's like, oh my, okay, well, that will certainly do it. Give me just a little bit to get these cooked up for you, and, I'll give you some of the best funnel cake you've ever had in your life. How do you guys like it? Some chocolate, apple cinnamon, pumpkin spice?
Brain.
All of it.
Totally about the apple cinnamon.
Ooh,
Some
Apple
medulla
cinnamon, please.
oblongata.
Maybe some peaches. You have vanilla ice cream too.
Cerebellum, anything?
Donut nut.
Shoo.
He starts to accommodate Peach, your request. He doesn't have any peach, unfortunately. And he still doesn't have any brain. Because he doesn't. But he's able
Don't
to
we
go
have brains on our ship?
I was going to say, I thought you saved a brain for this.
Yeah, we can just add it there yourself, Nomad.
Which brain was it that we saved in the ship?
I don't remember. It was probably a stupid brain.
The last time I ate something was, I think, the Knoll. That was only a few days ago. It hasn't been like a long rest.
By chance, is there a archery game to win prizes here?
So, you look over towards the games while he is making these dozens of funnel cakes for all of you. And you do see that there is a cage that is set up. It's probably like a 30 by 30 cage, and inside of this cage there are trees and like a weird jungle gym sort of setup. And you can see that there's a line of people that are lined up to go into this cage. And some of them are holding little bandoliers with darts in them, like throwing darts. And some of them are holding bows and arrow. Which is a little weird because this cage is way smaller than like an archery range. It's only about 30-foot cube. But as you're looking over while one of these funnel cakes is being prepared and handed over to you, you watch as somebody steps in, and then the barker says something and he pulls a rope. And when the rope is pulled, you watch as there's a big pop, and shot up out of the ground from some sort of bizarre contraption are 10 glowing pixies that are just launched into the air into this cage. And they all immediately begin to scatter and hide and scream. And the satyr who is in the cage draws the bow and begins basically methodically hunting each of these pixies down with the bow inside of this 30 by 30 cage.
Oh, that sounds awful. Are these sentient creatures?
Does this sound evil to me? Because this seems pretty evil to me as a person.
Well, I don't know. How's it sound?
Are these pixies actually getting killed? And I guess what are pixies like in, like, I guess this world? Are they like?
So the pixies are definitely getting killed. You can see that he's able to land 5 kills before his time runs out and a bell rings. And I don't know. Give me a history check or an arcana check.
Same. I just want to know if they're sentient.
Sure.
What's your arcana?
Either one.
2.
History would give you folklore. Arcana would give you like actual studied knowledge.
Oh, it's arcana. Oh, actually, not bad roll.
Ace has heard lots of stories about pixies, fairy tales, some of which are true, some of which are false. But in these stories, pixies are known to be, yes, sentient, but very tricksy, very manipulative. They like to play lots of pranks. They tend to be very cheeky and kind of, just sneaky tricksters. Nomad, you would know that they are sentient. They are, they're people, on about the same scale that a kobold or a goblin would be, which is absolutely still a person. You would also know that they have a little bit of a bent for mischief, and also sometimes, like, mischief to the point of evil. They will laugh as something dies in a hilarious way. They'll do pranks that are like, they'll throw a live grenade at their friend and say, "Hey, catch." Shit like that.
Oh. That explains quite a lot, actually.
So, they're not, like, ubiquitously evil. No creature is ever universally evil. I
They just have a different set of morals.
Yeah, there are vampires.
I was about to ask if Schadenfreude was really evil until you mentioned the live grenade prank, and I think, yeah, that's... Yeah.
Yep. But anyway, you watch all of this go down from your... while you're waiting for the fortune, or the funnel cakes. Which, for the record, are very good. Probably some of the better terrible. Like, it's junk food. It's a funnel cake. For those of you who haven't had it, everybody's had a funnel cake. I'm not going to sit here and explain a funnel cake. It's amazing. It's fucking incredible. I want one.
Me too.
Yeah, it sounds really good right now, actually.
Now you've got me in the mood.
Yep.
What stat would I use for a morality check?
Boy, it's kind of just yours. However, as you're watching all of this, let me see if this guy notices. So the guy that's operating the funnel cake thing is this big minotaur. Big old smiling face, bubbly personality, and as he kind of whips around with the 8th funnel cake and sets it down in front of all of you, he does kind of notice that Ace is watching, not necessarily forlorn, but a little bit concerned at all this. And he reaches down and kind of pats you on the head and says, "Hey, little guy, don't worry too much. They're all criminals. Those ones and also the Pixecutioner ones over there." And he points over to another game a little bit down the lane. And you can see that there is this real big Cyclops that is walking up with a carnival hammer. And he's about to hit this thing. And you can see that there's a wooden Yeah, it's like it's the hammer and bell game with the wooden slat that goes up. You hit the thing, and then this, metal thing goes up and hits a bell. The difference this time is that on either side of the metal bar that goes up when you hit it with a hammer are two guillotine blades, and there's a bunch of pixies, in the way of the bell.
I'm going to insight check him.
Sure. He seems to believe it wholeheartedly. He's very lackadaisical about the whole thing. He's very, dismissive. Like, oh, these are all, the riffraff, the bad one, pixies getting up to no good and, hurting people, stuff like that.
How do pixies reproduce?
Boy, Arcana to 25. You would probably know that it is possible for them to reproduce the old-fashioned way. They tend to have pretty long lifestyles or lifespans, so they don't really do it too often because it's just not necessary. But you would also know that pixies can literally just be kind of snapped into existence by more powerful fey creatures. They're very... I don't want to give the impression that they're, disposable. But
Yeah,
A
that's the thing.
renewable resource.
But like a fey lady, when a fey lady wants something done, she can literally just snap her fingers and make 5 pixies to go do it for her. And she basically just pulls life essence out of the fey wild and kind of solidifies it into this tiny little mote. Almost in the same sense that like a lemur is the basic distilled essence of a soul that has made its way to the 9 hells. A pixie is kind of just like the tiniest culmination of life that can happen in the Feywild.
Okay.
This place is dark and I don't like it.
I'm going to make a morality check to see if I want to do this.
Sure.
If it's 10 or lower, I will say I won't. Wait on. Yeah, 1 through 10, no. 11 through 20, I'm going to do it.
When Gale mentions it's dark and that he doesn't like it, I'm going to put my night vision goggles on him.
All right, looks like I'm going to go hunt some pixies.
All right, good look out there. Ace starts to make his way over to the starts, the starts chain or starts cage. You're greeted by a barker. He's like, "All right, you here to help bring justice?"
Sure.
All right, we have darts and a bow. What's your weapon of choice?
Bow, please.
All right, here you go. He hands over a bow and a quiver with 10 arrows in it. There's going to be 10 released. If they go for the eyes, you just yell, and we got a spell ready to go to just neutralize them all at once. But they know better. If they do that, they get tortured instead of just, these pixies. They get a chance to fight for their lives, right? They'd rather do that than get tortured. So don't worry too much about it. I do need you to sign this waiver, though.
I will read through this waiver to see what is actually inside of this before I just sign a document.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
What if I get my magnifying glass out?
You don't have any trouble reading the waiver. It's
No super fine print.
right. Looking it over, it's a very standard liability thing. Like, if you get hurt, it's not their fault. You promise to not hurt anyone that isn't one of these sentenced to death pixies. If you destroy their property, they can charge you for it. Just very basic stuff like that. No weird gotchas or anything.
This is really dark. But I already rolled for it, so I'm going to do it.
Alright. Eventually, after waiting in line, it gets up to you. And I basically just need 10 attack rolls with a bow.
Do I get my special first turn shit?
Give me an initiative check.
I don't know if mine automatically does it. I forget if mine automatically does. Hold on, let me click myself.
Sure.
Does it need to be a regular bow, or can it be a crossbow?
I'm afraid we don't have any crossbows, and we don't allow outside weapons just because, well, frankly, all of these criminals have rights too, so.
I don't know if that added my advantage or not.
I don't think it did.
Assuming
so go roll
it did.
one more time. There we go. You are able to find at least one pixie that you beat on initiative, so you'll get your advantage on that. So yeah.
Okay. I also asked because I have like that extra attack.
Yep.
On my first turn and shit. Okay, so this one's going to be on that one.
Excellent.
Is it dead?
Oh yeah, feel free to just fire these off back to back to back. We're gonna go real quick. And 8 more.
I think that was 10.
Yep, looks like it. So it's over in the blink of an eye, and by the time you use your last arrow, you have slain 5 horrible criminal pixies, and 5 of them managed to escape. The 5 that escape all fly over to the side of the cage, where a little door is open, and one by one, they have these little golden shackles, kind of taken off of their ankle with this tiny little key. And one by one, the Carney's like, "All right, you've served your term. Luck has favored you. Don't kill anyone else." And he tells them to just shoot. And the pixie kind of flies
Kill
off.
anyone else?
Oh, I could have just purposely missed all of them.
Don't
Didn't
kill
realize they-
anyone else.
All right, that felt weird, but
Um,
okay.
You do see that one of them starts to fly away, waits about 10 seconds, and then runs back, grabs one of the arrows, and tries to shank the Carney in the back of the neck. And with just practice foreknowledge, he reaches behind him, grabs the pixie, and just squashes it in his hand. Damn bugs.
Hey, do you do anything with those brains? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, can I keep my trophies?
Sure, I don't care.
Woo!
Can I play? How much?
This one, it's you're doing a public service. It's free.
No, man, I got you some brains
Okay.
for your funnel cake.
I'd like
Oh.
to play my free game.
All right. Bow or darts?
Darts.
All right. He gives you this bandolier with 10 darts on it. It's like, all right, just wait in line right here. I need you to sign this waiver.
I'll sign it because he signed it.
Excellent. All right. You sign it, hand it over, wait a little bit, and eventually it's your turn to go. There's a countdown and then a pop, and then 10 pixies are launched into the cage with you. And let me get 10 attack rolls.
I just stand there.
Aw. I love it. Everybody kind of looks at you a little bit surprised, they're like, no, you gotta, what are you doing? Oh, and there's a bunch of kind of disappointed sounds from the rest of the crowd. But you do notice that a couple of the pixies kind of peek their head out, and one of them gives you a little wink, one of them gives you a thumbs up, or a thumbs up. And as it's all being wrapped up, the Carney kind of gives you a little bit of a weird look. But after he kind of brusquely takes all of the darts back and says, all right, go on, get.
Can we play again?
I'm sorry, it's just once per person.
But you said it's free.
It is once per person.
Sorry. There's a motorcycle. Can I... Sorry, my dog, he makes a lot of noise sometimes. Can I pay you to play again?
Give me a persuasion check. With advantage. He looks down, and his face kind of softens a little bit, and he kind of squats down onto his knees, and he folds his arms over each other. And he grabs a little cage that has 10 more pixies in it that's about to be launched into the thing. He says, listen, kid, I know that this is all weird and scary and seems a little cruel. If you want these things, they're all yours, but you can't tell anyone, alright? These things they're in this cage because they hurt people. But at the same time, It's admirable that you don't like all the killing and such.
It's okay. I've hurt bigger people than you, and I'm gonna take the cage. Walk away.
Excellent. Alright, he just sits there like dumbfounded for a second, and then eventually shakes his head and grabs the next cage and loads it in for the next person in line. As you're walking away with this cage of 10 pixies, like, oh, thank you, you're the best, man. Oh, this is so cool. We get to live. That's awesome. And eventually one of the ones that was released earlier, because you didn't attack, flies over too. And it kind of sits down on your shoulder, and it crosses its leg, and it leans against you. It says, hey, man, you're pretty cool. What's this? Where are you from? I've never seen anything like you.
I'm from Sasnak.
Wow. Is that, like, over to the west?
I think it was north, actually, but we got real turned around on our ship.
Gotcha.
You want to? Do you guys, like, doing anything?
Well, there was this woman that walked by earlier that had this most ridiculous dress that I kind of wanted to set on fire. But after that, I didn't really have anything planned.
If you want to set things on fire, I have a place.
Is it flammable?
I think, maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. I've never actually been there. Can you take me to the elemental plane of Earth?
Christ.
Oh boy. Listen, I don't know anything about that. I can, you know, I have a little magic. I can't move from like planes to plane.
It's a shame. That's Topeki, by the way.
Hi, I'm Topeki.
He's not flammable or for sale.
Well, actually, if the price is right, I have many services that I'd be willing to offer.
Really?
You set on fire?
Are you a mercenary?
No, I was thinking more like prostitution.
Oh. Wait,
Peaky.
but
Wait.
you're like... Don't you, like... Never mind.
I'm squishy in the places where it counts.
God.
I'm interested.
Oh no.
What are these squishy places?
I'm gonna go get drunk. You guys want to come with?
We're already
Yes,
drunk.
yes I do.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's see. What else is nearby for
I
getting
was
drunk?
actually just talking to my new friends. The people that don't put me in nets.
Hey, I was right behind you while you were waving that bomb cheering you on.
It's true. You can come, Moat.
Okay, thank God.
You've always had my back.
Going back to that bomb, does it fit in a bag of holding?
It does, yeah.
That's where I was storing it.
Yeah,
It's-
I'm gonna try to hide that in my own bag
It's
of
in-
holding.
but I
until
have it
Gale
strapped-
sobers up.
But it's strapped to my
Currently
back
one.
like a rocket pack.
I was gonna say Ace
That-
currently has it, but if you want to work with Ace to like if he's cool
Oh
with that.
god, I went into a pixie death dungeon with that. They could have just blown me up.
Yeah,
That probably wasn't the smartest thing to do.
no,
Eh.
probably not. Can I hold on to that maybe?
Idea.
I mean, it's
Idea.
up to you if
Hear
you
me
want to
out.
keep it strapped to your back, but if you do, I'm gonna be way over here.
Hear me out. Just carry both of us. It gives you like really big like kitten eyes.
I mean, like, maybe if we can find the papoose at one of these bazaar stands or something, but, like, I don't know if I can carry both of you and use my sphere effectively at once. You're gonna have to take turns.
And I want to turn too.
You're too big. Maybe, I don't know.
That's just mean. How much taller are you than me? Very.
Yeah, but, like, my bones are hollow. I mean, like, half of my bones are hollow, at least.
Oh, them bones are.
Alright, fine.
Carry a lot. I'm a dex monk, not a strength monk. You want a piggyback ride, you go talk to Nordo, okay?
Fine, I
He
will.
gets great piggyback rides.
He does.
Does this mean Vasu is like suspiciously low center of gravity? Like a weeble?
Well, all the weight
can't
is on
be
his
knocked
lower
down.
half. So yeah.
Just try to sweep my legs, I dare you.
Oh,
All right. I'm back. The last thing I heard you say was papoose.
Okay, so Vasu said that maybe if he can find a papoose at one of these market stands, but I probably can't carry both you and Gale at once, so they have to take turns.
Oh, I know. I meant me and the bomb, but also me and Nomad have papoose.
Yeah.
Ew. It's a combat papoose.
Ideally, I don't think anybody should be carrying that bomb out in the open. I think putting it in a bag of holding or something similar is the best idea, but...
Fine. Hinge the bomb. Very unwillingly, guess he wanted to be held by the naked Vasu.
Also, do you still not have clothes on? I mean, that's
No,
fine.
I put a different outfit on. I
Okay,
typed
it
it out.
didn't seem like you to walk around naked.
I mean, I was into it for a while, but then we were hanging out by those funnel cakes for a bit. And like, I don't want to be naked next to a bunch of frying oil.
Ew,
That's
hot
just
oil.
that's just asking for trouble. Also, what do you think of this outfit? Vasu does a little twirl in his outfit. It looks exactly the same as his other one, but it's green.
Ooh, this one's sparkly.
It's green.
Yeah.
It looks green. It's good.
Normally, this is my Monday outfit, but you know.
I mean,
You
honestly,
gotta make compromises.
we've had so many days go by. It might actually be Monday here.
That's a good point. What the fuck day is it in here?
Yeah.
Vasu kind
Question,
of
is
looks up at the
Tepiki-
sky and just glazes over for a second as several suns
Yeah.
set at once.
Is Tepiki a Wildren or a Myconid?
He's in a Myconid.
What kind of Myconid exactly, I guess?
He's
The
about
short one.
Yeah, he's about 2.5 feet tall. He's very thin. He's got a purple cap that goes up probably about maybe a foot past his eyes. That again is very tall and thin, and it's got these 3 white rings, kind of one directly above his eyes, and then 2 on the back, evenly distant apart from each other. You know, he's a little Myconid.
Trying to look for pictures.
Little
It's
guy.
hard.
Did he ever answer Nomad back when he asked him where all the soft places were?
No, no. If they want to continue that discussion, we can do that later. Oh god.
Sounds like Toad.
As Gale begins looking for somewhere to drink, though, 2 places are immediately evident to him. One of them, right next to all of these other games, there is a little staging area, or like an outdoor seating area that has several tables on it, where everybody is being delivered rapidly these large mugs of ale. And some sort of a speaker up at the front of this stage is doing trivia. And you'll notice that, he calls out a trivia question. Everybody frantically writes down their answers, and they speak it in, or I guess they would speak it into this little rock. And then they all kind of hold their rocks up. The ones that speak correctly begin to glow green, and the ones who speak incorrectly glow red. And then everybody at one of the tables with a red rock has to drink. And it appears to just be some sort of a trivia drinking game. And then also, on the opposite side of the carnival game section, there is what appears to be an eating contest that includes a lot of drinking. They have several pies that are all set up on a shelf that all smell delicious, like various fruits, some of which you recognize and some of which you don't. You're pretty sure you smell a little bit of peach in there, probably some blueberry. There are some entire squashes that are lined up. Yeah.
I wind sprint to the pies and drinking.
Okay, excellent.
I'm going with him.
I missed a little bit. What was that about berries and like whole squashes and stuff? What's going on there?
There's some sort of an eating contest over at the pie hole.
Oh yes.
Alright, they're taking in 8 people at a time, and the 2 people who eat the most in the allotted time get prizes. And you guys can all get signed up and get set up to participate in this eating contest. Who all wants in?
Me.
I do.
I do.
Alright,
Him.
let me drop a grid.
Would, but I don't think I can eat any of it.
Does any of
Do you
this
want us
have
to just raise our
brains?
hand if
Can I add the pixie braids to it?
For the sake of this, because it's a festival and everybody should be able to have fun, if you want to, you can just, eat it for the sake of eating it. It's not going to give you any sort of nutrition, but, you can still make checks.
Indigestion, though.
Yeah, it'll definitely give you indigestion, but so is everybody else. Nobody is making out of this without indigestion. Unless you're a wimp.
Do it. Indigestion. I've drank straight up blood off the ground.
Yes, you did.
Gross. Alright, let me pull everyone over.
So which one of these myconids I posted is the most peaky like?
Oh my god. How do I... So in the picture that you posted that has 8 of them in it, bottom row, the second one, looks a lot like Topeki.
Oh, he's cute.
Right.
He got a big head.
Me too.
Bottom row.
He looks like one of those things from Little Nightmares. One of the little gnome guys.
Yeah.
I love him.
Gale considers hiring him for his services because they're actually the same height, and then he remembers he can't be naked around anybody and gets sad.
You might get stuff in your eye.
There's a lot more targets for that. Gross.
Well, we don't know that yet.
I know we don't, but out of character,
Yeah,
it's gonna.
it is. Yeah. We're eventually gonna find out why he's completely bandaged up.
So, going back to a bit of shit posting earlier, how does Gale react to me putting my night vision goggles on his like regular eye when he mentions
Pretty
it being too
terribly.
dark?
Pretty terribly.
All right, I'll take them off pretty quick if you're just like screaming.
He doesn't scream. He just like silently smolders. Like
It's like when you put a sweater on a dog and they just kind of stand there all tensed up and glaring at you.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
can't
you
believe
made your
you've done
cat
this.
mad, and then it's still mad
Oh,
at you like
no.
6 hours later. It's Gale because you threw a net on him. He'll never forgive you, maybe.
It was for your own good.
You need to buy him something to compensate, or just give him money. I find that makes him happy fast.
There we go. There's an
Are you
8.
saying that I can be bought?
No,
Some
bribe.
kind of possession?
Not bought, bribe.
Fuck you.
We're not saying you can be bought, we're saying you can be momentarily distracted by shiny objects, and honestly, it's something I relate to a little too much.
I don't know. I feel like if I offered you enough, I could buy you off of things. Although I probably wouldn't have to buy you off.
Alright, so you guys continue quabbling all the way up until your group is called up to this long table. Where let's see. It's an elven man. Old even for an elf. That has just this luxurious, flowing, curling white hair that goes well past his shoulders. He looks like... What does he look like? He looks like the dude, if the dude was 95 and an elf, and he's dressed like it too.
Don't make me like an elf, Feck.
He...
You can't do this to me.
He kind of looks to all y'all and is like, okay, guys, all right, you all know the rules. You got about a minute and a half, and you just gotta pile down as much of this food as you can get in you. There's more points for the squash. You get some points for the pie. Just eat whatever really kind of calls out to you, all right? It's all weighted based on how filling it is, so there's no wrong answer here. The only rule is the first thing you gotta do is you gotta get through that entire pint. If you make it out of this sober, we're doing it wrong, okay?
Okay.
Joke's on them.
Oh, wait.
What, just one pint?
Wait, did I not
Are you gonna
get
put-
notes?
You put Gale in
I
there
put
twice.
Gale in twice. There it is. Okay, I was going to say, I know I got
yeah.
Mo.
Okay.
I know I got Mo. Okay,
So you put Eddie and Elise in too.
I did. It was either that or random NPCs, and fuck that shit.
No, we want everybody getting in on this.
Hell yeah.
Can Shu participate?
You can what?
Can Shu have like a little piece of squash to nibble at?
Sure, that's acceptable.
Okay. That displeases Shu.
All right, well, give me about a minute. We're going to get everything set up. We're going to make sure you guys have all the pies you need. Just take it easy. Don't start eating until the bell rings. It's cheating, okay? And he kind of...
It's cheating to handicap yourself.
I guess it would be, wouldn't it? Either way, he makes sure you're all situated, and then he begins to carry out several of these plates with slices of pie and squash. There's a little bit of meat. There's a couple of extra mugs that are just filled with water, as best as you can tell. But Well, let's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do this. Actually, we'll just do 6. Delightful. Gale, you're sitting at the end of the table, and when they bring out this first pie to you, you realize that sitting at the top of the pie is a little, like a face. Like there's a little cut slit where the eyes would be, and then a cute little dollop of extra dough that has been baked in where the nose would be, and then a big old slit where the mouth would be. And it looks up at you, and then it animates, and it says, "Hey man, are you gonna eat me?"
The Vasu, am I hallucinating?
You look down to your pie, Vasu, and it's a cherry pie that looks like it's been made in kind of the same way. And it's like, "Hey, don't listen to that pie. I'm all yours, baby. You're gonna eat me, right?"
You are, then I am too.
Ah, I like you. So tell me, what else have you eaten today?
Oh, I had some peanut butter and some suet earlier.
Oh,
Like probably 2.5 funnel cakes.
I don't know if I've seen anyone like you. Do you have molars?
No, I actually don't have any teeth.
Oh,
Can you believe it?
well.
It's gonna go well for him.
Does that mean this
I mean,
is gonna be...
I don't have any teeth in my beak. At least I've got teeth.
Sounds like this is gonna get messy then.
Are you coming on to me? You gotta tell me if you're coming on to me.
He's coming into you.
Oh no.
I'm gonna take a fork and just stab mine in the face.
You do, and there's just... Ah.
Oh no.
Oh.
I do it a couple more times real quick.
This goes on a few times real quick. And the elf looks back, hey, no, yeah, wait for the bell, wait for the bell. All right.
And to look over at the elf dude. And I'm like, wait, are they all into this?
Oh, of course, man. Everyone here is. It's all consensual. These pies have been waiting this for a long time.
This kind of weirds me out. Is it okay if I like wear some earplugs while during this contest?
No, you do whatever makes you comfortable, man. We're not here
All
to
right,
make anyone
cool.
uncomfortable.
Vasu plugs his ears and blindfolds himself.
Dale does the same.
And before I tie the blindfold completely, I look down at my pie and I'm like, sorry, I just can't look at you during.
Oh, that's okay. I like blindfolds.
I don't actually
I
blindfold
hate
myself because I need to know if I'm winning or not.
I hate this whole thing.
The bell rings.
My
Go! Everybody give
Oh,
me a
no.
con save.
Was it only their pies that talked?
No, it's everyone's. You've all got talking pies. Kinky talking pies.
Ooh,
Oh boy.
I tell my-
Oh
start.
no.
Oh,
I think
no.
the Baxies are just allergic to whatever this pie is made out of.
Wow, Gale and Vasu get really into this.
Nomad though is like voracious.
Wow.
This is what happens when you skip a few meals of brain. You just go for anything that talks, man.
Holy
Oh
shit.
wow, this makes it so much easier that it talks.
Okay, Gale and Vasu have, like, mentally prepared themselves for how awful this is going to be. And they down the alcohol first. Everybody has to go for the booze first. Slams it down and then just begins tearing into this pie. And for those who are not deafened one way or another, it's horrible. It's awful. Everything about this is terrible. I promise this is not my king. The Feywilds are just weird, man. But
Thank you for this
Nomad,
blessing.
Nomad is kind of like fueled by it. I don't know. There's something about the fact that these things are slightly sentient that really just reminds him of eating the brain of an actually sentient creature.
This is Nomad's thing.
It is. And he is off. He is on a roll.
Spoiler alert, I am evil.
Flick, God, it's awful. It's horrible the entire time. You're hungry, but it's just so off-putting that your food, you kind of cut into it, and you grab your spoon and you bring a bite of it up. And while the rest of the pie is making these horrible noises, you look at the bit of pie that is on your spoon, and you can see that there's a tiny face that is now formed on the side of the bite that you've just cut off, and it is also like making really weird and awful suggestive noises. And you just don't make any progress. Ace, likewise. Moat.
Can I would have told my pie to tell me secrets as I eat it, so I'm probably just distracted by weird
Ace
secrets.
Just enthralled by the entire thing and is like starting a conversation with his pie. Moat is questioning the morality of this, maybe, I don't know. It's just a horrible experience all around. Elise and Eddie look at each other and just kind of sit there. They decide that maybe this is not for them. Let me get another round of con saves.
I just wanted some pie.
I'm gonna cast polymorph and turn myself into a bear, so I don't give a shit.
Okay, excellent.
Hell yeah.
Start rolling.
Excellent. It takes a little bit of time, but you do watch as Flick suddenly changes into a bear and just starts destroying these pies in front of him. Presumably.
I need this picnic basket.
The second that I realize that I'm losing, I start cheating.
Okay, how do you start cheating?
I start secretly, feeding stuff to Toto under the table.
Okay, excellent. I guess give me a stealth check from you and from Toto.
Can do. At least Toto isn't drunk.
Oh right, you're drunk too. Shit. Perfect.
Man, I don't know what a bear's con is.
It's gotta be good, right?
I assumed
They're
it went
known
with
for
bear
their
because it seemed
endurance.
like it. Let me look up beasts.
Okay, Gale and Toto continue to make some progress, especially with the cheating. A couple of people in the audience seem to point out and call things, but the rest of them are a little busy pointing at the guy that turned into a fucking bear. And the judge just kind of is laughing at the whole thing. He doesn't seem to give much of a shit. Let's see here. Nomad makes a little progress, but not a ton. Vasu has gotten over his issues. Let's see. Elise looks around and sees that everyone else is doing it and is peer pressured into it, and also is very hungry.
I would like to point out that this is the most active our Twitch chat has been.
I hate it. I hate everything about what I'm doing right now.
Well,
It's okay, I get a +3 instead of a +1 now. It's actually not very good.
Oh, it's pretty good.
21. 21.
All right, excellent. Most of you guys at this point have nearly finished off your first pie. Wait, where's Eddie? What did Eddie roll? Yeah, Eddie's still a little on the fence about this. Time is nearly up. You're about 2/3 of the way through. Go and give me one last round of con saves.
Oh no. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Sure, go for it.
No.
I'm not gonna stop you.
and I was just like, oh, when you get over the whole talking thing, it's really just bland.
Yeah, Vasu hits a hard wall. The way that the peach is mixing with the alcohol does not sit super well for Vasu. And he hopes that he can kind of maintain the lead as best as he can. Flick coming up from behind as a bear. Ace to here. Oh boy. Gale, with some cheating, gets to here.
Does my cheating do anything for me?
It does. It adds a big bonus for you. Turns your 16 into a 21.
Bitchin'.
Okay, I think I... Oh, wait, where's Nomad? Oh, right, Nomad's there. Where's Ace? Ace does actually start to pull through at the end. Alright, the final bell rings, and as everything kind of comes to a close, the bear is just covered in pies.
Yeah.
Ace and Gale and Toto are all kind of neck and neck for second place. And the guy kind of looks down the hole and is like, oh, I knew I should have expected a bit of a spectacle from this group. I'll tell you what. You two can both be second place winners. How about that? And...
Slam my hands on the table and be like, no, it's not good enough.
Also, in fact, I think you might have moved me twice this last round.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I had 3, 17, 17 as my rolls.
Shit. Then yeah, I'm sorry. Then yeah, Gale made second.
Yeah.
We're good. Alright. Well, that was wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me get your prizes. Feel free to wash that all down. If you got any more room left in the gullet. And he kind of goes over and picks up some prizes, and then he starts to bring them back. And he sets down in front of Flick and in front of Gale 2 large clay pots that are these bright and brilliant colors, glazed and painted, and also slightly vibrating when you move them around.
Ooh.
They do exactly what you think they're going to do.
Release
Explode.
peas? Probably another alchemy jug, so now I have 2.
Vibrate.
They're magical. You would be able to sense that they are magical when you pick them up and start to move them around.
Jars of bees.
They are 2 pots of awakening. Any food that is made using these pots are semi-sentient. Only sentient.
Tapiki, get in.
Oh, okay. What are we doing? I'm Tapiki.
This isn't gonna work.
Don't do that to Tapiki.
Turn them into food?
Did I learn any cool secrets from my pie?
He'd make a cute risotto, but
Give me a persuasion check, I guess, Ace.
This is going to be real bad.
No. He was the entire time. Is like, come on, man. You know, don't like blue ball me here. You gotta eat me, right? Like, put me in your mouth. I can see it. I'm so close.
The more secrets you tell me, the faster I'll eat.
Oh man. Did you know that bananas are actually a berry?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there we go. That's the good stuff. And the other, you
We don't have to play this out. Yeah, we don't have to play that out.
Thank God.
Hate this.
I figured that you would just be like, you learned, and then you wouldn't have to get into character. But thank you for getting. I appreciate your conviction and determination to stay in
your
character.
dedication to the
Dedication,
role
yes.
of
Yeah.
sexually aroused food.
Yeah. Well, with that, I'm going to cross Pie Hole off the list, and we're never going back.
Except for the fact that we own pots that do this now, so...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
question, and this may be a bit of metagaming. Like, if we awaken food in these pots, are they also going to be like real kinky?
That's a great question.
Like,
Let's
does
say it.
the Feywild only do kinky food?
So no, you would actually know when you eventually identify these pots that it depends on what you make. If you make a very saucy dish, it's going to be very saucy. If you make a dessert, it's going to be very sweet and loving. They do ultimately all want to be eaten, but they're not all necessarily going to be sultry about it.
So pies are saucy.
These pies are just weird.
So what kind of pies are they specifically?
They were all made with fruits from the Feywild. So they're all very. That's no,
So slugs.
sure. Let's go with sure.
So is every plant in the Feywild just horny?
I don't know how you guys interpret the Feywild, but there's
Feywild is horny.
right, like the
Yeah.
Feywild is a coin that has 2 sides, and the one side of it is pixies that murder people for fun and then get their heads ripped off by other fairies and fae for fun, and then horny fruits, right? Like those are the 2
That makes
sides of the
sense.
Feywild coin.
So mischievous horniness is the Feywilds.
Um,
Chaotic horny.
Christ. Anyway, yeah, where to next?
Yeah, let's never go back there. Go to the petting zoo yet?
I don't think you guys have gone to the petting zoo yet. And actually, where did it
We
go?
gotta go to the petting zoo.
The animal's going to come on to me too.
I promise you that there will no.
Only if you want him to.
No, even if you want them to,
I
they
don't
won't.
think so.
All right, you guys begin to kind of backtrack your way over towards the petting zoo, and when you get there, you are able to find it's just a collection of creatures, several from the Feywild. There's a little wooden shack, and they only let in like 10 or 12 people at a time. But then you can see that painted on the front of that shack is this large, black, feline-looking creature with these little tentacles coming out from behind its shoulders. You would recognize there's like a smoky effect coming off of it that's similar to the fur that you just bought, Flick.
I bought some of that too.
Yeah.
Your skin is
For
familiar.
Vasu.
And there's a barker out
Your
front
shoe.
that is basically advertising that you can come in and play with the little baby displacer beasts. They have... Oh boy, what else would they have? Let me go just pull this up. There's a bunch of little blink dogs that kind of yap and run around when you kind of go through one of the corralled off gate areas. Some of them run up to you and immediately smell the food on you and start licking all over. One of them, this tiny little one, probably the youngest one in the group, keeps like yapping excitedly, and every time he does, he like blinks a few feet in the air or a few feet to the side and like can't seem to control himself just yet. They do actually have a couple of displays that are listed as like exotic displays, some of which contain creatures that you've never seen before. There's one that is listed as from the elemental plane of Earth. That is this very large snail that's got this just glistening shell that seems to refract light in all directions. And there's a guy there that's kind of preventing people from getting too rough with it so that it doesn't get scared and retreat into its shell. But he's letting people kind of come one at a time and pet the slimy sides of this thing underneath the shell. But then there's also an area that has just things from the material plane, things that you guys would recognize. There is an area that has a bunch of little penguins that just kind of chase people around when they go in, squawking at them. And yeah, there's just lots of things to pet. There's lots of cute little animals to pet.
What is the purpose of this?
Well, the fortune teller said I was going to meet a fun little new friend, so I'm going to go find him.
It's companionship without commitment.
Oh, what's the point then?
I don't know.
I have ace for
Moat, give me a D10.
I was totally kidding if my little friend's actually here.
Get a free displacer beast.
That'd be pretty sick. I'll take it.
Oh, boy. Well... Okay. Cool. Noted for later. You take a good look around, Moat, to see if your little friend finds you here. And you find lots of little friends to kind of pet and play with for a little while, but none of them seem to immediately bond to you. Nothing seems to call out with quite the strength that you're expecting from this fortune. But it's still a good time.
Still lots of fuzzies, but no fuzzy friend for me.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's
hate
okay.
this place.
Do you ever just
Everything
feel
about it.
really guilty?
I know this
Exactly.
creature. I am familiar with its skin.
Excuse me?
This one with the tentacles. The shadowy one. We just purchased skin like it.
Oh yeah, they got real displacer beasts here.
Do you think they have a farm?
I try not to think too much.
Do you think we have its mother's skin?
Probably not.
Jesus.
Definitely
Father.
don't want to think about that.
I hate this place.
All right, I'm going over here now. Bye.
Who wants more
Mr.
funnel cake?
Mr. Carnival owner, I want sell me these things,
Sell you which things?
all of them, all of your enslaved creatures.
Well,
Give unto me as future print. Eh,
Don't you know who I am?
full of pie and alcohol, and I have money.
Okay, so this big old towering furbolg man with a beard that comes all the way down to his belly button. It's like, oh well, we do actually sell to good keepers. Have you ever worked with exotic animals before? They can. You have to treat them just right.
Exclusively, and I'm gonna
He's
pat
around
Toto.
exotic animals all the time. I mean, just look at me.
I wasn't going to ask what are you, if that's an okay thing to ask.
Awakened
griffin.
Right, I've heard stories. I thought they were four-legged.
I mean, most of them.
Either way, well, you seem wonderful, and I can tell, actually, that you take good care of that creature. At the same time, you do appear to be intoxicated, and a blink dog or a displacer beast is, it's a commitment. It's a lifelong commitment. They're very intelligent animals. In fact, they're almost as smart as us once they grow up. If you're serious, maybe sober up and come back in the morning, and I'll talk through it.
Intoxicated. How dare you?
How much for a
I've only
displacer
had
beast?
one drink.
Well, I'm sure it was a delicious. Was it Seder wine?
No. Vasu, what did I drink?
That's a
A
good
lot.
question.
I lost count.
Vasu, buy these animals for me.
Okay.
Here's my coin purse. I wish to free them.
Much is that displacer beast in the window? The one with the waggly tails.
Oh, that one's Jonathan. He's one of our youngest ones. He actually requires a lot of special care. I'll tell you what. Come with me for a moment, and then let me just see how you do with them.
Okay.
And he kind of brings you over, and he kind of sits you down with Jonathan. I guess give me an animal handling check. No.
Got the wrong monk for this.
I love you with all of my heart.
Gale kind of comes over afterwards. At first, it's going okay, but he can tell with you, Vasu, that it's not necessarily that you're standoffish. It's just that you know how you can look at someone and tell if they're a cat person or a dog person, and you're just not really a displacer beast person. You have a little trouble reading the body language.
Literally half of a cat person, so.
Yeah. But Gale walks over, even in his intoxicated state, and he just kind of gets it. There's a degree of so this Jonathan has a lot of excess energy and a lot of this like boundless energy that he doesn't know how to spend. And a lot of the time he kind of expresses it through playfulness, but he doesn't realize he's being too violent. And Gale has spent a lot of time just kind of dealing with that sort of thing, and he's very good with animals. And he's sort of able to just play with Jonathan in a way that is healthy and not violent, and also kind of discourage the violent behavior when it does come up. And honestly, this Firbolg is kind of impressed. He's like, he especially in your current state, he can tell that you've made a bit of a connection here with this thing.
Oh, he thinks he can eat me.
He does eventually say it. Now, listen, we don't normally sell these things because most of the people looking to buy them are either doing it so that they can have a trophy or a skin. But I don't think that's the case with you. And you're doing pretty well with them. All the same, you were drunk. And I can't in good conscience sell an animal that will grow into an intelligent being to someone who's currently drunk. But if you come back sober, we can talk. You do well with him.
That won't be for days.
Can I play a bit of devil's advocate here, sir?
Perhaps.
He's a lot more level-headed and better with animals and, frankly, sentient beings in general than most people I know, and me especially when he's sober. I mean, I'm gonna like tap Toto on the back, and I'm like, "Hey, Toto, do that thing."
Danger.
Um, Come on,
Danger.
demonstrate your sentience.
He's gonna sit up and start saying danger and pointing over there.
Excellent. Okay. I don't. This thing is clearly intelligent, but I also think it might not be an animal. Listen, I've seen how he does. He's clearly kind and caring and understands the body language of this creature. I'm not saying that ultimately we're trying to find homes for all of these creatures. That is why we do this. I can't in good conscience do it in his current state. But come back when he's sober and work something out.
Like,
Can I also try to connect with the displacer beast?
Sure.
Can I use my ranger primeval awareness to like communicate with one?
Yeah, that'll give
It's
you
one of the things I can do.
That'll give you advantage.
Okie dokie.
at least care about him enough to not call him Jonathan.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
Oh no.
This is Big Smoke Tuxedo Cat, and he is mine.
Excellent.
It worked.
Mo,
Christ.
buy my displacer beast. Buy Big Smoke Tuxedo Cat. That's a mouthful for when I'm drunk.
I'll tell you what. Here's the deal. You all look like a capable lot. You look like the sort that can handle yourselves, the sort that might even go on adventures. Come
All
back
the time.
Come back in, and he looks up at the sky. Maybe a fortnight, and I'll see if I can come up with something. There's been a few things that we've been dealing with, some things that have been honestly hurting the displacer beast population around here, and if you could help us with some of those issues, then maybe we could find a forever home for one of these things.
Can I put a deposit down on this one, though?
Yeah. That, I don't think anyone is interested in him anyway, but I can certainly hold him if you want to leave some money behind.
He doesn't have any siblings, does he? I'd feel bad separating them.
Well, technically the whole thing is a litter, and there are 8 of them that are in here.
Take
Oh,
them
jeez.
all. One
That
for each
works
of
out
us.
pretty well if you think about it.
How much would it be for each?
We're not buying 8 of them.
Why not? Why can we not afford our own displacer beast each?
Because we're
Are you
broke.
guys really that broke?
Yes, we are
I'm very
broke.
broke.
Did you not see what I just bought? Like, where do you think that money came from and went? Let's go.
Gail can afford it, definitely.
I have a proposition. In exchange, this hurts me to suggest and to give it up because it means a lot to me, both emotionally and financially. But I... Drake can't get through this sentence with a straight face, but God knows Gale does. He He pulls out the Burger King portrait. I will give you this if you give me Big Smoke Tuxedo Cat right now.
Gale.
Christ. Did you give? Oh God! Give me a persuasion check.
Holy shit.
Flash of genius to add 5 to that.
Oh. He's trying so hard to say no. He really seems to like be genuinely concerned about giving this thing up to somebody he just met, somebody who's inebriated. But as you're having this conversation, Jonathan kind of walks over and just begins to kind of rub his face around your leg and run circles around you. He drags his tail around yours, just acting real cute and real attached. And he looks down and he gives this big smile and he shakes his head. And he says,
I will wait here for 2 weeks if that's what it takes.
I'll tell you what, you hold on to that magnificent painting. Take Jonathan with you. If it doesn't work out, I'll be here. You know, don't dump him in the woods or something like that. Bring him back if anything happens, okay?
I would never do that. Also, can I have that puppy that can't walk straight? The one that keeps flying in the air.
That one, I'm sorry, is too young to part with. He needs some more special training first.
Okay, can I come back in 2 weeks?
Potentially, maybe. Let's see how you do with Jonathan first.
Is it Feywild weeks or real world weeks? Because
Faye,
2 weeks here seems real quick.
yeah, it's especially
Would be
loopy.
preferable.
It's loopy around the tree. I'm going to have to see how it is back in the Feywild proper. Time gets a little silly here.
Thank you very much. Let's go, Big Smoke Tuxedo Cat.
All right, and side by side, Toto kind of not really sniffing because he's mechanical, but with the same motions, kind of scrutinizing with his head cocked to one side. Big Smoke Tuxedo Cat, as the two of you walk down the pier, back out towards the rest of the carnival and the hot springs and the house of doors and everything else that's still left.
But what else do they have in the petting zoo? Surely it's not just displacer beasts.
Oh no, there were blink dogs. There's lots. There's some penguin. There was a baby bear. There was a flail snail. There's lots of things to pet and touch.
Can I
I
take
want to get a blink. I want to try to bond with a blink dog.
You're gonna try to what with a blink dog?
bond?
Oh, to bond with it. All right, you can give me an animal handling check if you'd like.
Boy. Ooh.
He has a good time. He's playful with you. He's still very young and rambunctious, and every time he kind of like starts to come up and get real cozy, and you start scratching behind his ear, he yips a little and then kind of blinks off to somewhere, and then he loses his attention and runs off to some new shiny thing. But you have a pretty good time with him. You're able to play fetch for a little bit. But eventually other people come in and start wanting to, have some attention with them too.
I was like, no! Mine now. This flail snail. What?
So,
that, what?
There's a little bit of a corral that's set up around it with a wooden fence, and in the center of this thing, enormous, probably like 5 feet tall, is this big old fucking snail, and the entire shell is covered with this like pearlescent, almost mirror-like sheen. It reflects light very brightly while the sun is up. It kind of glints into your eye a lot. But you can also notice that at one point while he's trying to there's a guy in there who's like kind of talking about flail snails and where they come from and what they do. And this one's name is Bessie, and she's been with us for 45 years, and all this other stuff that they do with these exhibits. But there's a point where the flail snail kind of like gets agitated, and it slides a few feet off of this rock that it's been on, and it leaves behind this trail of, as best as you can tell, mirror. It's like this shining, shimmering, reflective, mirror-like slime that rapidly hardens when he leaves its space. And the guide is actually like, oh, look, this is fascinating. This is one of the reasons that people domesticated flail snails. You can chip this off with a little bit of work, and he spends a good amount of work getting even just a tiny little sliver of this mirror off. And he brings it out to show to you and to all of the other people at the petting zoo, which for the record are mostly children, but same thing. And he just kind of shows off this little shard of mirror. And as you look at it, you can see that it's kind of humming and vibrating. It seems to have some sort of inherent either magical properties or something like that. And he explains that this thing, it's very valuable. It's sought after because it produces spell reflection properties. It can be used in a lot of armor and shields, and also the construction of secure vaults and ships even. And he just kind of goes on this big tirade about flail snails and how cool they are because they're one of the coolest monsters in the game.
They are cool. How do we get it at a higher CR? Nomad asked the guy.
Flail snails are kind of similar to a lot of fish and reptiles, where they technically keep growing for their entire life. A lot of the time, they don't make it past a super long age because they tend to live mostly on the plane of Earth or in the Underdark, both of which are very dangerous and inhospitable environments for a creature that subsides on, lichen and moss and things like that. Plus
have I seen flail snails before?
Possibly. You could give me a nature check.
It's just a flat nature check.
Have I seen them?
You can also give me a nature check. Definitely heard of them. You might have seen one in passing.
I am really horrible tonight.
Yeah. Even with a 3, you probably at least heard of them. Like, your background, you've studied creatures of the Underdark, so you've probably heard of them. Don't know a whole lot about them. Didn't know they had anti-magic properties. So you're learning a few things here and there, actually.
Nomad's probably like, we've seen one or two. We don't really care about them. They're not smart enough to eat, and we don't really have
Yeah. They also, Mind Flayers wouldn't typically care too much about them because most of what you do is not technically spellcasting, it's psionic.
Yeah.
And these things don't do shit against that.
Just kind of let them be. They eat moss. What are we gonna do about that? To keep the place clean.
But with that, you guys kind of go through the rest of the exhibit. You see a few more weird critters and stuff like that. At this point, even though the day-night cycle in here is getting a little screwy, you are probably starting to feel a little bit tired, all of you. Partially because of how much you've eaten and drank, and partially because you stayed up all night, and you had a bit of a weird sleep schedule the night before. Also, it is like 11, and we're kind of we're running a little bit late. But unless there's anything that you guys wanted to do today before you head over to an inn, Topiki kind of suggests let's maybe go get a room over at the taverns, relax for a bit, and then we can hit up the rest of the place tomorrow. There's a big arena gauntlet we can check out. There's some hot springs that are apparently really nice, I guess. I'm worried about boiling because I'm Topiki, but you guys should be okay. And then there's the Sun and Moon Field and the other stuff. I don't know. Anyway, I guess what I'm saying is I'm getting tired. Oh, Sun and Moon? I thought you guys would know, actually. That's from the outside. They brought that here. I've seen a lot of people kind of playing on it, but nobody really knows the rules. They were just making stuff up.
Is that the game with the hoops?
It's the game we skipped.
I can't remember. Did we already roll to see if anyone actually knows the rules?
I don't remember.
I haven't
did.
rolled.
I think we rolled, and I might have known.
Maybe? We can do it now if you want. If anybody...
History check?
It'd be you could either do a history check to have like heard of the game, or an intelligence athletics checks to actually know the rules of the game.
Would I have an advantage because the humans make it?
It's
Or
technically
humanoids?
a humanoid game, so sure, it's an intelligence
So they
check
could make-
about human.
I'll use
So I
my
can make an
bonus action.
athletics check?
Yeah, so an intelligence athletics check.
Oh, okay.
Let me
Huh,
use
that
my
actually-
bonus action to get athletics.
Wow,
proficiency.
I am rolling horrible.
My int is 2 better than my strength, so this is actually
13.
Your int is 2 better than your strength.
yep.
Okay, Flick knows this game very well.
I added the 2 bonus, so
Oh, it's
that's
already
actually
in
what
there. Okay, so it is actually a
Yeah.
23. Okay, excellent.
It's actually 20.
Vasu's is 17. Vasu's definitely heard it, definitely played it. Probably knows the rules really well too. Shit, guys, yeah, there's a bunch of you that know how this game work. Tapiki's like, yeah, actually, they were kind of hoping that like somebody would know how it works. They just installed it a couple of months ago, and they've been trying to figure it out. Some guy came through and like left a book behind, but it was missing a bunch of pages. So I don't know. Maybe if you guys like go teach them how to play it, they would. I don't know, give you cool stuff or something. I don't know. I'm just Tapiki.
I like cool stuff. I'm Vasudeva.
Hi, Vasu. I'm Tapiki.
Hi. You can call me Vasu.
What was your name?
No, I'm Tapiki.
Oh, okay. Hi, Tapiki.
Hi, Tapiki. Or hi, what's your name?
I'm Ace. I'm Ace. What's your name?
I'm Tapiki. Hi, Ace.
Hi, Tapiki. I'm Ace.
Anyway, I'm tired.
I'm tired. I'm Vas.
Hi, Vasu. I'm Tapiki.
Know it.
I have been tired for 3 weeks.
God, if that's not a mood. Fuck. But yeah, shit. Like, 3 of you guys know all of these rules, and this is the dumb little game that, if you guys want, we can try out eventually.
Absolutely.
For prizes and nonsense.
I like prizes and nonsense.
Yeah.
And nonsense
Yeah.
prizes.
Hell yeah.
Feywild Carnival episodes are all about, man.
Hell yes.
Can't wait to be really bad at this because of my strength score.
Well, you know, there's rules for everybody. So the big strong guys are all about like grabbing people and making sure they don't run off with the ball, and then the nimble people are all about grabbing the ball and running off with it without getting grabbed. And then the magic people are all about.
Magic.
And then there's magic people, and the magic people are all about moving the moon ball and launching it through the enemy's goal, and also fucking over everyone else.
It sounds like a complex, amazing game.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just scrolled down and saw all the rules at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
We'll see how it goes.
This, yeah.
I promise that's just a lot of text. Hopefully,
I'm intrigued.
maybe, sort of. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. If it ends up being like a slog, then we'll don't do it, or we'll not do it.
No, this sounds amazing, Zach.
Sick. Mostly, it's just an excuse to kill an episode and see if my weird Blood Bowl adaptation works.
I already need to ask how Sentinel works with the opportunity.
Exactly. So, what does Sentinel normally do? Let me go check.
It just means disengaging doesn't do shit.
Then
Attack
you
if
would-
I can.
Then you would ignore disengage for this too.
Didn't they also
Right.
like have no movement speed after you hit them?
Yep.
But would I get the disadvantage, or would I just attack as normal?
You would attack as normal, and also when making like opportunity attacks don't normally have disadvantage.
No, I'm just asking about that second part where it says disengaging doesn't provide immunity, but
Oh, I see what you're saying.
disadvantage.
No.
If somebody disengages, do I still have that disadvantage when I attack them,
nope.
or am I a special snowflake because I have Sentinel?
You're a special snowflake. You totally ignore
Yay!
it when they disengage. You just get a straight attack on them like normal.
Cool.
What does Swashbuckler get me?
Shit, what does that get you? That gives you the ability to walk away from somebody after you attack them, right?
Yep.
Then yeah, potentially you could run up to somebody. You could either literally punch them with an unarmed strike, Or I'd rule that you could, like, if you try to shove someone or try to grapple someone, that counts, and then you'd be able to walk away without triggering.
Cool.
Yeah. We'll kind of find ways to merge the 5e shit into this shit.
Yeah. How does that interact with Sentinel?
That's not technically a disengage, is it? It's like a special class feature. So you would be able to get away from Sentinel with that.
Yeah, it's just they don't trigger attacks of opportunity.
Yep. Yeah, if you don't trigger attacks, then you don't trigger attacks. Anyway, that's a lot to tackle at 11:15. We'll probably wrap up here. You guys head on over to an inn. Find yourself a nice room to stay in. And then you guys can explore the rest of the carnival tomorrow, and then hopefully
How
Tamiki
do
will
we
give you a mission.
decide who's teams too?
Well, fortunately, nobody here has any idea how many players there's supposed to be on a side. So it's up to you to tell them the truth, whatever it is that you happen to know, which is conveniently however many of you want to be on one team. I feel like 6v6 is pretty good, but like it depends on who shows up next week.
66?
6v6. 6 versus
Oh,
6.
okay. I was like
66 people per side.
Yep, it's 66
Just enough
players.
for everyone to just pass the ball like side to side.
Exactly. This is good actually, because so like I was able to get macros done for all these NPCs, but I can probably get them set up for you guys so that instead of having to scroll down to these rules every goddamn time that you want to do anything, you just like click the pass button and it passes or whatever.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Anyway.
What is this sport called?
Sun and Moon. And it's
A
called
really lame name for a sport. We gotta come up with something.
They'll believe it. Whatever you tell them is what they're going to call this sport. You guys are changing Feywild history right now.
Oh man.
All right, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm real tired.
All right.
Right.
Later, dude.
Good night.
Good night.
Drunk Gale is wonderful. I love everything about him.
He got sassier somehow.
It's pretty great. You explicitly made me have no fear, which is 90% of Gale's personality. The other 10% is being yellow.